We're waiting for a few members to arrive, and then we'll gavel in. But because the weather is so nice, we might do hearings outside Lawyers Mall. We gotta take advantage of this opportunity right now. Yeah. Are we live? I think we're waiting for one more member to show up, and then we'll gavel in. You guys want to hear some dad jokes?
Please. Please. Grandpa.
Are we doing dad jokes? Chris West isn't here, though, for dad jokes. You want a dad joke? You heard the NASA one, right? Okay. Have you ever been to the restaurant on the moon? No. Great food, no atmosphere.
He didn't love it.
All right. What about this? How do people at NASA prepare for a party? They plan it.
That's good. I have to tell this to my daughter because that's her dream, is to work for NASA.
NASA, there you go.
So I have to.
I thought you were going to say her dream is to tell dad jokes. That's where I thought it was going.
I went to church this weekend, and I asked the priest, if I believe in 12.5% of the Bible, does that make me an atheist? Get it? 12.1/8. 1/8. All right. That was bad.
It's funny, JPR gets wordplay jokes, but no.
I know, yeah. See, this is a lawyers committee, not a mathematical committee. But,
It took me a minute.
yeah.
Lawyers don't do that.
I know. All right. Senator West, welcome. Really bad dad jokes.
Isn't that the definition of it?
That's true. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. We have 14 bills on the docket, and we are going to start off with Senate Bill 422, and I'll take the podium. Is this yours? Is that?
That's not mine.
Okay. Hey, Sandy, whose chart is this up here? There's a chart up here. Do you know whose chart it is? I just don't want to mess anything up. Who else is on it? Is it? I can just leave it up if you want.
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Senator Smith here to introduce Senate Bill 422. I'll start off by saying that you'll hear advocates on both sides of this issue, public defenders, youth justice advocates, also the state's attorneys who have come in heavy opposition to this bill. But I do want to say thank you to everyone that's about to engage in this debate, because one thing that's unique here is that we all agree on the fundamental assumption of what the problem is. We just vary on how to get to the solution. And I think we run into real problems is when you just can't agree on what the problem is. And here, at least we have a fundamental understanding of what our problem is facing the state of Maryland. This bill is getting a full hearing because it is different than the automatic ending the practice of automatic charging youths as adults that we've seen before in this committee. You'll notice that it's a much more pared down version of that. And so I'm not going to go into the mechanics of the bill, because the mechanics of the bill are pretty simple. It precludes the automatic charging of youths as adults for a certain number of offenses. And I'll have a breakdown of what those offenses are, but they're in the bill and they're enumerated on page 3, I believe. So the mechanics of the bill are fairly simple. What isn't so simple is to understand how this fits into our juvenile justice system. And Senator West, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but I use the example of if we were to do this in any other element of government, meaning that if we were to pay more money to take longer to get worse outcomes, we would say, let's fix that. We would take a technocratic approach and say, let's just fix that. And that's kind of the cold calculation that I've brought to the initial framing of this. But there is also a human element to it as well, and you'll hear a lot about the people that are involved on both sides of the equation, both the perpetrators of crime, but also the victims of crime. And right now, the way we do this, the practice of automatically charging youths as adults is fundamentally out of sorts for great outcomes. We're paying more money. It's taking a longer time to dispose of cases. We're getting worse public safety outcomes. And so what this bill seeks to do is it's a more narrowly tailored approach. It ends that practice for a set of offenses that largely end up within the realm of the juvenile system anyway. DJS, the juvenile justice system, is already ingesting the work that you see before you. So why are we wasting time by going through the adult system only to come back down? We're getting, again, and I'll say this over and over again, we're paying more money, we're getting worse outcomes, and we're taking a longer time to get there. So what this bill does, and I'll give you some of the statistics that I think were extremely compelling to me. Between 2017 and 2019, and this number has vacillated between 85 to 87%, but 85% of the juvenile cases that were automatically filed in adult court were transferred back to juvenile court via the waiver process. So again, highlighting the need for us to fundamentally streamline this process. In 2023, there were 489 cases were transferred and 89 cases were dismissed, which is a total of 574 of the 839 juveniles that were charged as adults. And this resulted in a 69% rate of transfer or dismissal. Again, the numbers are on the side here, and you're just taking a technocratic approach, understanding that we're going to get better outcomes faster for less money. And the money is actually a big deal. If you look at the fiscal note, I thought the fiscal note did a great job outlining some of the savings. the general fund expenditures for DJS would decrease by $12.3 million. One theme that we learned from our OPEGA briefing, it was a four-hour-long briefing you all participated mightily in, was that there is not only a dearth of services, but then an inability to fully fundamentally track all of those services. But what if you had $12.3 million to reinvest into those services and into that oversight? Again, talking about government efficiency, this is something that we can do right now, today, to have better outcomes for public safety and for government efficiency. Coincidentally, if you look also, the fiscal note has $1.4 million of savings for the Office of Public Defender because their caseload would be a little bit less, their caseload would be a lot lighter. I'll also go to the diverse, you'll hear a lot of testimony that speaks to ending the practice of auto charging wholly. And I fundamentally believe we need to get there. And I think that is the right thing for our state. I think that our oversight activities this session has, though, shown us that we have some work to do within the Department of Juvenile Services. And I applaud the administration, I applaud the secretary for accepting the findings of that report and then presenting a plan to get us back on the right track. A lot of these problems took decades to create, and they're going to take a long time to fix. But this is a fundamental step that we can take to do that. I'll end with this. We are recently, and this may not be in the bill file yet, but we're recently in receipt of a letter from a number of distinguished members, not only of the bar, but of the bench, former members of the bench, ranging from the Supreme Court all the way down to district court. And I want to read a couple of excerpts from this letter because it's not in your bill file yet, but I would like it to be read into the record. We urge you to consider the following key facts regarding the juvenile justice versus adults jurisdiction. Number one, the juvenile justice system offers far more rehabilitative services than the adult system. Maryland's juvenile justice system offers individualized, evidence-based rehabilitation, while adult prisons offer very few rehabilitative opportunities for young people. You understand that obviously when someone's languishing in the adult system, they get none of the services and attention that they would get if they were in the juvenile system. Again, highlighting those better public safety outcomes and greater efficiencies. Number two, young people have a much greater capacity for rehabilitation than adults. Scientific studies repeatedly accepted and cited by the U.S. Supreme Court confirm that adolescent brains are still developing, making young people more likely to gain better judgment and behavior as they mature. As some of the witnesses behind me will allude to and they'll highlight is the multitude of studies that talks about brain science and development and where youths are when they're in the juvenile system, vice the adult system when they're engaged in this activity. It's time for our system to start treating youths like youths, teens like teens, and differentiating that between what adult activity is. Number three, it is well known that commingling youth with a population of higher risk adults in the criminal justice system increases the risk of future criminal behavior, with youth prosecuted as adults more likely to commit future crimes, to do so more quickly and far more serious offenses than similar youth which are handled in the juvenile justice system. And then they have examples of that. They have vignettes that they cite to. Again, I'm talking about the efficiencies. When you're languishing in the adult system, you're not getting the services, you're not getting the attention, you're going to recidivate more quickly and more seriously. Number four, Maryland's current law makes it a national outlier. Maryland automatically charges youth under the age of 18 as adults for 33 different crimes. This makes Maryland a national outlier and likely explains the state's ranking as the fourth highest in the nation for people currently incarcerated for crimes they committed as children, with 6% of the incarcerated in Maryland having been in prison since childhood, which is twice the national average of 3. It is also estimated that every year Maryland charges more children as adults per capita than any other state, with the notable exception of Alabama, and that these young people have extraordinarily high past experiences with childhood trauma and victimization. And there's a report, Disposable Children, I'll make sure that is entered into the bill file as well. It's a report that came out last year that this committee was in receipt of, but just to put it top of mind, I'll make sure that it's in the bill file as well. And then fifth, the current system creates alarming racial disparities. Nearly 84% of those charged as adults in Maryland are African-American youth, and African-American youth in Maryland are 7 times more likely to be criminally charged as adults compared to their white peers. So our time here in this committee and in the General Assembly is limited. We are not going to fix every systemic inequity and injustice that exists in our state during our time here, but it is incumbent upon us to take certain steps to put us on the path to justice. And I view this as a step that is truly necessary to correct past injustice, but also to unlock future potential for the folks that are enmeshed in the criminal justice system at an early age. And so for all those reasons, I ask the committee for a favorable report. I'm going to turn it over to my panel, and I'll stand by for questions. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kara Annenson. I'm the Director of Legislation, Policy, and Reform at the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services. DJS supports Senate Bill 422 because it promotes efficiency, fairness, and better public safety outcomes for Maryland's communities. The current system negatively impacts detention center operations, delays access to rehabilitative services, and disproportionately impacts kids of color. In addition, the current system is incredibly costly. DJS spends roughly $17 million annually to accommodate youth charged as adults in juvenile detention facilities, and is unnecessary because since judges are choosing not to use the adult correctional system for nearly 87% of youth automatically charged as adults. Senate Bill 422 takes a measured approach to improving public safety outcomes for youth by codifying the current court process, recognizing the longstanding research in adolescent development, and prioritizing services and treatment for youth while maintaining public safety safeguards. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Emily Virgin, and I serve as the Director of Advocacy and Government Relations at Human Rights for Kids. In November, we released the report that the chairman referenced, Disposable Children, which details the staggering rates of childhood trauma, abuse, and neglect among the population of children who are convicted as adults in Maryland. Nearly 70% of those children who were tried and convicted as adults had experienced at least 6 out of 10 adverse childhood experiences prior to their incarceration. About 74% of them had experienced physical abuse, and around 40% experienced sexual abuse. The average age that this group of children first experienced abuse was 6 years old. The current inefficient system delays accountability and treatment for these children when they commit crimes. Swift consequences and treatment for their underlying trauma are paramount for the protection of public safety. It's for these reasons that we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. We've got one virtual testimony on this panel, and then we'll go to questions. Ms. Ryan, you are up. You are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Liz Ryan, the former administrator of the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention at the Department of Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of SB 422. I'd like to focus my comments on why starting youth in the juvenile justice system enhances public safety. The research is clear. Youth who enter the adult system are more likely to reoffend and do so more violently than those who stay in the juvenile justice system. 6 large-scale studies conducted across 5 jurisdictions examine the deterrent effects of transfer laws. All 6 studies found higher recidivism rates among youth who had contact with adult court. The juvenile justice system is designed specifically for young people, incorporating research on adolescent brain development and behavior. In closing, the adult system has been proven ineffective at rehabilitating youth or keeping communities safe. 6 studies found higher among youth who had contact.
Thank you so much. I was informed we do have one more member of this panel, so we'll go to Judge Davis, who is online. Judge Davis, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Has been proven ineffective at rehabilitating youth or keeping communities safe.
So, Mr. Davis,
Thank you so much.
I think you might have YouTube
And also
in a different browser,
to
Judge Davis.
Judge Davis, who is online.
So if,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
there we go. All right. Thank you, Judge Davis. Please go ahead. Unmute yourself, and you're good to go.
I apologize for the technical problems.
Judge Davis. So, yep, Judge Davis, so that echo that we're hearing, I think, is because you might have a tab open to the YouTube page, which is behind our live feed. So if you have the YouTube page open in a tab in your browser, if you could close that tab, that'll allow us to get rid of the echo, which I think you hear as well. So, yep, Judge Davis, so that echo that we're hearing, I think, is because you might have a tab open to the YouTube page, which is behind our live feed. You have the YouTube page open in a tab in your browser. If you could close that tab, that'll allow us to get rid of the echo, which I think you hear as well. So, yeah, Judge Davis, so that echo that we're hearing, I think, is because you might have.
Just, can you message him online or email him, and then let's push through and do some Q&A, and then he's joining us from South Africa as it happens, but.
All right, so I think we're going to ask questions now of this panel, and we'll go back to Judge Davis and future witnesses on the next panel. So I think Senator Muse was first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. What I'm hearing you saying to me is that you are absolutely against judges retiring at age 75. Is that what I hear you saying?
I thought you were going to say something about that.
Thank you. I'd like to have your response.
No matter how old the judge is, they should have the ability to judge each case individually and not have such a rigid, systematic system that auto charges every single youth as an adult, regardless of their age.
Okay, Judge Davis, that question was for you. I got it that you emailed me that question, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Senator West, did you have a question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I did. It's for the chair. So during the 7 years I've been here in the state Senate, we have grappled any number of times with the issue of where we should start, where we should conduct trials of juveniles who have been accused of serious crimes, or all crimes for that matter. And some have suggested they should all start in the juvenile court. Others suggested they should start in the adult court. My view on it, just so you know where I stand, has always been that we should check to see where the cases have been tried in the past, where they've settled out, because cases that start in the adult court, the public defender always has the opportunity to ask that they be transferred back to the juvenile court. And if the case starts in the juvenile court, the state's attorney always has the chance to ask that the case be transferred to the adult court. So my view has always been we should find out where they ended up being tried and then start those cases in the court where they most likely to end up being tried. So you and I had a conversation earlier today in which you said that was what this bill is intended to do, that this bill is intended to move into the adult court cases which should be tried in the adult court because that's where they traditionally have ended up being tried, and keep in the juvenile court cases that should be tried in the juvenile court because that's where they have traditionally ended up being tried. Would you care to elaborate on that?
Sure. I mean, look, one of the, because we've set the stage with our oversight briefings and we understand we are still reforming our system, and looking at the numbers that the department's provided and that the courts have provided, the juvenile system is already digesting this work anyway. And so why are we wasting time by going through this long process that's much more expensive, is a longer process, and has worse outcomes? And so this is really an efficiency bill that will, I think, ultimately give us better public safety outcomes, judicial economy, and then also, by the way, we're going to save $13 million that we can reinvest in ensuring that we have the level of service delivery and the quality of service delivery and oversight that I think we all have talked about for this entire session. And so that's where this bill seeks to go. It's not the full, it's not the full repeal, which I think, as I said in my testimony, I think we need to go there. We need to eventually get there. But this is a narrowly tailored start. And Kara, if you want to start, you are, manage those numbers on a daily basis. So if you want to elaborate on that, just in terms of the offenses and where they originate and then where they end up.
Sure.
Thank you. So when we looked at this bill, it's about 73% of the total of youth that are automatically charged as adults this bill would impact. So the majority of those cases are going back to the juvenile court.
And what this bill would do would be therefore to avoid a separate legal proceeding in each one of those cases where the state's attorney, where the public defender, is asking that the case be sent back to the juvenile court. Right now, you'd have to have that would be the subject of one legal proceeding in court, and then once the decision is made to send it back to the juvenile court, then you'd have a trial in the juvenile court. You'd
Exactly.
have two separate cases.
Exactly.
So you're saying that this bill is intended to avoid that, having two trials where we don't need the two trials, because it's pretty likely that the particular case in question is going to end up being tried in the juvenile court. Is that correct?
You're exactly correct. Yeah. Young people.
And conversely, if a case is most likely to end up being tried in the adult court, this bill would not affect that. The case would start in the adult court, and because if we started that case in the juvenile court, once again, we have the two cases. The state's attorney is going to try to move the case to the adult court and is going to win, and so you have two trials, one in the juvenile court to move the case to the adult court, and then the second trial in the adult court. So I think what you're trying to tell me is that the purpose of this bill is to be much more efficient than we are today and have the case start in the court where it is likely to end up being tried.
Exactly. And get better public safety outcomes for
That's
young
how
people.
I understand it.
Absolutely.
And let me get you to agree with one other thing. I know there are frequently lots of statistics from other states that are presented in connection with this conversation. But it is true, is it not, that in Maryland, if you're tried in the juvenile court and convicted, you walk free on your 21st birthday, and that rule does not apply in many of the other states. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's a unique feature of Maryland law. If you're tried in the juvenile court and you're convicted, you only spend a couple of years at most behind bars. And no matter what you were convicted of, it could have been first-degree murder. If you were convicted in the juvenile court, on your 21st birthday, you walk out of jail scot-free. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
First-degree murder is excluded in this version.
Correct.
Senator Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So look, you got kind of a break, Mr. Chair. I had to prepare for other things. So this one will probably be pretty light. I guess, Mr. Chair, if you want to come up, please. So as a part of this action and the process that we're talking about, would it require DJS as a part of the overseeing body that would take these arrested juveniles into custody? Would it not be a part of them to refer that child for charges?
Yes, but you can walk through the whole thing.
Sure.
I don't need to walk through the whole thing. It's just a simple question. I mean, I knew the answer. I just wanted.
Yeah.
So DJS has to be a part of that process.
Of course. Yeah.
And so my concern with this bill is that DJS is a mess. DJS is a wreck. DJS has a secretary that spends money on all these new shiny ideas and has documented zero of the outcomes. So we have a DJS secretary who's running around spending money left and right and trying and doing all these innovative, cool, shiny things. And we're getting calls from where he used to work previously in New York saying, why would you ever hire that guy? And now we're now having issues here on why did we hire that guy? My point being is, why would we allow it to go back into the hands of the juvenile who's the secretary who clearly is overseeing and giving direction to his own agents that is contrary to public safety?
No, I appreciate that. I take exception with some of the stuff you said.
That's all right.
Majority of it.
We can have a civil discourse.
Yeah, that's true. Look, so the thesis of this bill is that DJS is already ingesting this work anyway. They're already getting this caseload, and so we're not adding to their plate. But there are some efficiencies that we're developing along the way, and we're actually freeing up more resources to do better. Now, what the discretion of the secretary to reallocate those resources, and I'll talk. You can speak to that. That's not under my purview, but what we are doing with a legislative fix is creating efficiency and I believe better public safety outcomes. The department's already getting this work anyway.
Well,
so that's one thing I was very careful to do, is not to expand. Because of what the conversation we had.
I appreciate
earlier. That was a very cognizant, and you'll hear more people that want to go full bore. And I think we need to get there eventually. I just don't think we're there yet.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to be able to, make sure that we understood that the secretary is a part of that with DJS. DJS is a mess, and at this point, I don't know that that's someone that can be entrusted with such an important role for molding our youth when he's been in that role for several years and has zero outcomes of any programs that have been implemented to show that we're changing behaviors.
I just want to make one point on that, Senator. Thank you. I want to be clear that DJS doesn't have decision-making authority. We have to forward all felony cases and misdemeanor handguns to the state's attorney. So that changed, with HB 814. All felonies have to go for review to the state's attorney. We don't have any authority to vert or resolve those cases.
So if they're all going to the state's attorney, then why wouldn't we just allow that process to then go in front of the court like it does now, and then let the judge decide if they want to get it remanded back to juvenile court?
Because I think what the senator, what the chair has been talking about is the inefficiency of that process, because the majority of the time those young people are coming back to DJS. We're already handling those young people.
So let's talk about the inefficiency of a process. Mm-hmm. So we have a process in place right now with DJS that if a child or a young person, a juvenile, is charged with a crime and as a part of their condition of release by a judge says you have to show up for these hearings, for this hearing or for this drug test or for whatever it is. If they don't show up for that, what is the current position? What happens currently? If they violate the terms of the conditions?
Violate their terms of their probation and we notify the court.
No, I don't know that that's actually altogether accurate, because what we're doing is there is no accountability. There is no requirement to make them come in and do that any longer. The DJS secretary took it off that they no longer do urinalysis testing on any of their arrestees. So I'm wondering how that's in the best interest when we're entrusting this into this process of the citizens of the state. And then when we look at the process already, and again, about efficiency, right?
Yep.
If it's not a felony, I don't even know, it could be, I guess, for a felony. If their parents don't show up for the hearing, the juvenile court hearing, right, they're dismissing the cases.
So just there's a few things in there, right?
Okay.
So when we're talking about this bill, what this bill is doing is starting some cases in the juvenile court system. DJS does not have the authority to resolve those cases. They have to go forward to the court. They go to the state's attorney. They make their decision on how they're going to move forward.
And that would be the felonies.
That would be the felonies. That's the only, and the misdemeanor handguns, which is the only charges that are in this bill.
So they currently have to go
to the state's attorney's office.
And then to the court, right?
Court, correct.
But what this bill is saying is that on some of those charges, it would still go to the state's attorney, but then it would go automatically back to, what are you saying on this? What are you saying on this one then?
That kids would be charged in the juvenile court system and not the adult court.
So it doesn't even go to the state's attorney?
Those two offenses.
So that's my concern.
It's not about when it goes to the state's attorney. It's about what court is hearing the case.
Correct.
It's either the juvenile court or the adult court. And so what this bill says is that instead of going through the adult court system, right, where young people are charged in the adult system, have an adult case, take that amount of time that they would be charged in the juvenile system, and then DJS would forward the case to the state's attorney, and then they would make their decision about how to move forward.
Okay. I think we'll discuss it on a sidebar, because I don't think that we're hearing the same things.
I'd be happy to have a longer conversation about this.
Yeah, you might be ready.
Let's go to Judge Davis, and then we'll come back for additional questions if anyone has. And thank you to our committee manager for solving these technical issues. Judge Davis, you are up.
Thank you all so very much. I apologize for the glitch. I assure you that if I were not out of the country, I would be there with you today in support of this very important bill. Of all the compelling reasons that have been alluded to and described, why this bill should garner the support of all the legislatures in Maryland, I want to emphasize in my 1 minute just how incredibly compelling the results of present practice are. Almost 90% of the juveniles and young people who go into criminal court originally, rather than in juvenile court, are never fully adjudicated in criminal court. What that means, and it was reflected in the last colloquy between the senator, that we're sending young people into the criminal justice system for weeks and sometimes months, where they're exposed to all of the dangers and bad influences that we want to keep young people away from. So my message to all of you most humbly is that it's time for Maryland to step into the mainstream and do right by these young people. And by the way, I'm speaking here as a retired judge and as a citizen, not in my capacity as chair of the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Judge. Senator Muse has a question.
Honor, good to see you again. Always good to see you. I hear you saying that you actually support judges being able to go to age 75 before they retire. Is that correct, sir?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. Well, excuse the heck out of me, sir. I was just wondering, but if you would agree to that, just shake your head and say it's a good idea. Shake your head. Shake it.
I'm just here to talk about the young people that we care about.
I want to thank you.
Thank you, Senator Muse.
Thank you. Love you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question. Just to follow up on what Senator West said. Most of the offenses that you are now automatically waiving down, if they were charged in the adult system, they would serve a term that's relatively short and within the bounds of what the juvenile system. The exception to me that I just happen to notice is first-degree assault, right? So a 25-year maximum. If someone were convicted in the adult system of first-degree assault, they would likely serve a substantial term. And first-degree assault, as we know, is not a school fight. It's a very serious maiming or injury, a stabbing, a shooting. And so I guess my question is specific to that offense. Like Senator West said, in the juvenile system, they age out at 21. So someone who commits this a day before their 18th birthday would serve a maximum of 3 years, and all services would end after that. So what was your thinking specifically to assault one, and why that is appropriately weighed down?
Look, obviously, all the offenses, we're talking about serious things, right? And obviously, juvenile jurisdiction ends at 21. So I understand that. But I also understand that the purpose of the juvenile system in dealing with juveniles is to understand that they're juveniles and that there's still an opportunity to get that person on the right path with the right supports and services, and understanding that there are a multitude of contributing factors to include brain science and development. And there are different degrees, and I think we all know this, that the level of culpability for someone that's growing and developing is different. And our justice system understands that through a multitude of different streams of elasticity and understanding and flexibility and discretion. Judges will be the first to tell you that. And so I think that's an acknowledgement of that no one's going to get off scot-free here, but it's an acknowledgement of the difference between a youth and an adult. And we make the call, right? That's the question before the body. Sure, go ahead.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, I think it's important to note, though, that even in that scenario, the state's attorney could still seek to waive the juvenile court jurisdiction and try that child as an adult. And so really the only thing that changes there is where the case starts. And if the judge thinks, yes, this is a case that's serious enough, they could still send that child to adult court.
Thank you. Any further questions for the chairman or his panel? All right, seeing no questions, we'll go to other folks who have signed up to testify in favor, and then we'll go to the panel of a number of witnesses who want to testify favorable with amendments. So the remaining favorable testimony comes from Phil Karoum, Judge Karoum, and I think that is actually it. Is Judge Karoum with us?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senators. I'm Phil Karoum. I already have filed written testimony, and I'm one of the 12 juvenile judges to have signed the letter that Senator Smith was just reading. So I'm going to keep this very brief to say that based on my 24 years in both juvenile and adult criminal courts, there is a drastic difference in the outcome that should be the elephant in the room. When we as teenagers, and I ask you each to think back to your own teen years, say between 14 and 16, are caught doing a stupid thing, adult court freezes us in that position. It makes us drop out of school in 75% of the cases. It locks us up with the worst possible companions. It gives us access to illegal drugs in prison, and our criminal record prevents us from getting a good job on release. But the juvenile system makes us finish our education. It gives us regular counseling to improve our behavior, keeps us away from illegal drugs, and enables us to get a good job on release. So I urge you to support Senate Bill 422 to let us use the much more successful juvenile system to reform our young people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Judge. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Good to see you. All right. Okay, all right, so that concludes the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We now go favorable with amendments. So Marlon Tilghman, Josh Rosner, Robin Salter, and is Aaron Seegers here? Come on up.
Reverend Dr. Marlon Tillman with Bridge, Maryland Incorporated. All children are of sacred worth. All children are of sacred worth. Let us not be driven by fear, because we're given the spirit of love, discipline, and power. You all have the power to do the right thing. You have the power to use the information you've been received about and disciplining yourself about the information, the data that could change the lives of persons who are of all ages. To set aside some children just because of a crime that is alleged in the moment, to place them in an adult prison system is simply not doing our children justice. Simply allow this case to start in the juvenile system where they can at least receive some services while things are being ironed out between lawyers. That's it. This is not rocket science. All we're trying to do is make sure this starts in a place where children can receive some care and not be placed in cages where they're being impacted by others. I vote in favor, but with amendments.
Thank you. My name is Josh Rovner. I'm the Director of Youth Justice with the Sentencing Project and a resident of District 18. We welcome steps that would end Maryland's and limit Maryland's aggressive use of automatically sending its adolescents to adult courts based solely on the charge. However, there's no evidence that carving out certain offenses from starting in juvenile court is better for public safety or for the youth themselves. Mr. Chairman, you once wrote of the damaging illusion that we can charge and punish youth as if they were adults, even though we know they are not. Research aligns with what we all know to be true. My written testimony points to studies from the CDC and National Research Council that find sending an adolescent to the adult system generally increases rates of violence. The fiscal note on this bill, in fact, shows the significant savings of how a more fair and just and efficient system would save in the long run $17 million a year for DJS by having a more efficient system than present. SB 422 is a step in the right direction, but more steps are required.
Hello, I'm Robin Salter. I'm with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. I'm the Regional Director of Youth Defense and also a resident of Prince George's County. I'm here today to talk to you about the race equity in terms of what's happening now with the charging of children as adults. In the early 90s or late 80s, Maryland and other states expanded the automatic charging of children as adults in response to race-based fear-mongering and false predictions of increased crime, including the rise of the super predator youth. What we know now, based on the JJRC, is between 2017 and 2019, for those counties that were on MDEC, and which did not include Prince George's County and Montgomery County, 72% of the youth charged as adult were youth of color, and 21% of those youth were white. Overwhelmingly, 39% of the youth of color were transferred to the juvenile court jurisdiction, while 49% of white youth were transferred to the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. The damage caused by this practice is inflicted primarily on children of color in marginalized community and also contributes to the rate of adults in prison in Maryland prisons. We ask for a favorable vote on SB 422.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Seegears, and as a youth defender with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender, I have the honor of representing children in delinquency cases as well as those charged as adults. You have heard already, and you will continue to hear from many concerned Marylanders about how our current law is costly in many different ways. Today, I want to address how this practice costs us a lot of money. It is projected by fiscal year 2027, which would be the first full year with this new bill, Maryland would save $18.9 million and up to $21 million by 2030. Most of those savings come from DJS, as this bill would greatly increase efficiency and with it, savings. Overall, by starting off so many cases in adult court as we currently do, cases that do not stay or earn a conviction in adult court, we are really wasting millions of dollars on a system that yields the opposite effect of what we want, safer communities for all. If we are a state that values youth, safety in our budget, we cannot afford to not pass this bill, and we therefore urge a favorable with amendments.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Seegears. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you all very much. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, my fault. You're not off the hook yet. Here we go. Senator West has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Ms. Salter, along the lines of my earlier conversation with the chair, I gather there are 33 different offenses for which a youth can be have their case started in the adult court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would be interested in receiving statistics with respect to each of those 33 offenses. What number of them these days are starting in the adult courts? What number of them are starting? Let's take an offense, second-degree rape, for example. How many second-degree rape cases are started in the adult courts? How many second-degree rape cases are started in the juvenile courts? For those started in the juvenile courts, how many are ultimately transferred up to and tried in the adult courts? For those tried in the adult courts, how many are ultimately transferred back to the juvenile courts and tried there? I'd be interested in knowing that statistical information for each of those 33 offenses. Does your office have that information?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if my office has all of that information. That would be statewide, and that would be inclusive of youth that I guess would use the public defender and have private counsel. I think that's something that we could talk to the Department of Juvenile Services for and see if they actually have those numbers. That would be, I'm thinking openly because you're asking about a category of cases.
She has it. The department, I'm told the department, has it. So
I
make sure you
can definitely speak to the department. We can see if we can flag it for you and deliver that to your office.
Great, and then I'll make sure that information gets circulated.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, thank you all very much. We'll now move on to another panel of witnesses here to testify favorable with amendments. Monique Dixon, Frank Patella, Kimberly Watts, Heather Warnken, is Nakia Duckett Randolph here?
Good afternoon. I'm Monique Dixon, Executive Director of the Gibson Bank Center at the Maryland Law School. I urge you to issue a favorable with amendments report on Senate Bill 422. Amending the bill to end the automatic charging of youth as adults would help address racial disparities among these youth. National research shows that Black youth are overrepresented in part because they are often seen as being older or less innocent than their white peers. Consequently, Black youth are feared and criminalized by the general public and decision makers. This adultification and criminalization of Black youth is rooted in history and continues to lead to unjust outcomes. By ending the automatic charging of youth as adults, this committee would send the message that all youth should be treated the same without regard to race. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Frank Pathnell. I'm a senior policy advocate for the ACLU of Maryland. We support House Bill 422 because children are children and not adults. For this reason, we are asking for amendments to remove all crimes from the current list that pertain to the automatic charging of children in adult court. Children charged with any crime should start in juvenile court. The stark difference between children and adults is the reason why every state established a separate legal system for children by 1920. The now debunked super predator theory in the 90s led states astray and more punitive systems for children were adopted. While most states have walked back these measures, we in Maryland have remained stagnant on the auto charging issue. We know that racial bias is prevalent at every stage of our legal system, which disproportionately impacts people of color and more pointedly, Black people, including children. This happens in the community during arrests, in the courts when charge is brought, at sentencing, and when deciding parole and probation. It also applies here in Maryland when Black children are charged as adults. Let's get back to treating children as children and vote favorably on Senate Bill 422 with our amendments. Thank you. Thank you.
Greetings, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nika Duckett-Randolph, and I'm the membership coordinator with Out for Justice, and we urge the committee to issue a favorable with amendments report on Senate Bill 422. I'd like to share a quote with the members from Martin Luther King. It reads, "But I must confess that I'm not afraid of the word tension. I have earnestly opposed violent tension, but there is a type of constructive, nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth." I urge the committee to consider the data that we have heard and the data that we will hear today and increase the tension with our thoughts and our current processes. They are failing us. Science says that our brains aren't developed until 25, and the law currently says that we can make choices at 18 or 21, or even 14 and 17 that would necessitate us as an adult. That is incorrect. We must admit our failures and change course. We must be efficient and treat children as children and not continue to make the mistakes that we are making. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kimber Watts. I'm the Chief Attorney for OPD's Forensic Mental Health Division. I'm here to talk to you about the process by which kids are automatically charged as compared to the waiver process. But first, I wanted to answer some questions that you all had. Senator West, we do have that data that you requested. If you look at page 7 of OPD's written testimony, it incorporates a chart from Vera Institute, which had been presented by the JJRC, but we can get updated data with the assistance of the Department of Juvenile Services. Senator Folden had asked about kids' cases being dismissed because their parents didn't come to court. I've never seen that in 25 years of practice happening, and I've talked to attorneys in almost every jurisdiction, including yours, and they haven't seen that either. So I can say that there are certainly cases where parents don't come to court. Maybe sometimes those cases are getting dismissed, but not because the parent didn't come to court. Typically what happens in those cases is that it either gets postponed or the kid winds up being sent to social services. I'm happy to answer any other questions for you offline since I've run out of time. But our testimony does detail the process and gives some helpful charts, I would say, at page 4. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Questions from the committee? I'll say on record, Ms. Watts, you are a treasure. You When we were going through this process a couple of years ago or last year, just one of the most knowledgeable professionals I've ever encountered in Annapolis. Thank you for being here.
I appreciate you saying that in front of my boss, especially.
Oh, I see. Oh, there she is. I see her right by.
But we are a nonpartisan organization, and we're happy to talk and educate about any of these issues. So please feel free to call.
No, I say that as someone we don't always agree on the issues, but
thank you.
You are a brilliant person. And yeah. All right. Further questions? All right. Awesome. All right. Is Heather Warnken here? Did I call it? All right. Is Kelly Quinn? Come on up. And then Aubrey Edwards Luce. Is Davon Love here? Oh, no, here he is. Yeah. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Aubrey Edwards-Luce, the Executive Director of the Sarah Neal Meyerhoff Center for Family, Children, and the Courts at the University of Baltimore School of Law. Sending youth to the adult criminal system is a serious action. It communicates, contrary to the research, that an adolescent is undeserving of the hope and rehabilitation that's found in the juvenile legal system. It tells teenagers that they're hardened criminals. It says to young people, even before they've had their day in court, that they need the harsher, longer, and more punitive punishment that's found in the adult criminal system. It prolongs separation between teenage children and their families and teenage parents and their very young children. Automatically charging youth as if they are adults is direct contradiction to their well-being, our community's safety, and children's right to family integrity. For these reasons, CFCC supports Senate Bill 422 with amendments that would end the automatic charging of youth, all youth, for all offenses. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Quinn, the Managing Director of the Choice Program at UMBC. We are in support of Senate Bill 422 with amendments. As a mentoring program, we have served more than 27,000 youth and families who are systems involved since 1988. Presently, Choice works with young people and their families throughout Central Maryland. We are convinced by the overwhelming evidence that youth and communities are better served when children are removed from the adult legal system. Choice helps children in the community because it is anti-racist and morally right. And frankly, for your interest, it is also a cost-effective alternative to incarceration. For more than a century in the U.S., we've recognized that children are categorically different from adults. Heartbreaking research indicates that when children are in the adult criminal legal system, they are at far greater physical, emotional, and psychological risk. They are less likely to receive rehabilitative services and more likely to be kept in solitary confinement. This is the year for the General Assembly to recognize that Black and brown kids deserve to be treated like kids.
Good afternoon, Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Sinclair Broadcasting and Fox 45 has contributed to a political environment that takes the most egregious examples of violence committed by youth, cycling it over and over again, the same stories, to amplify existing societal notions that Black folks are more prone, particularly Black youth, are more prone to criminality. The impact of this societal conditioning around racist notions of the inherent criminality of Black youth is that folks are legislating to the extreme examples in ways that are out of step with the vast majority of those that are in the juvenile justice system. When you perceive a people to be inherently prone to criminality, you are less concerned with protecting their humanity. I urge this committee in your deliberation on this bill and on this matter that you consider the way that those societal beliefs of anti-Blackness and inherent criminality contribute to a tolerance for subjecting majority Black youth to conditions that many of us will not last 1 hour while maintaining our sanity. So those stories that we see amplified over and over again, we should care just as much about those victims as much as those who are victimized by the adult prison system who are exposed to the dehumanization that other testimony has outlined. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, questions from the committee? All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you. All right, so that'll conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch over to the opposition panel. This is a good example of getting comfortable being uncomfortable, because half the people that testified in favor of the bill are like, you're not doing it right, do better. And now you're about to hear from some people that don't think it should happen at all. So, all right, we'll hear from Jamie Dykes, Scott Schellenberger, Steve Kroll, and Karen Mitchell. And then Catherine, if you want to come on up as well. Oh, there she is. Right. And then is Carlotta here? From Montgomery County?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Rosenblatt, and as the Deputy Chief of the Juvenile Unit for the Office of the State's Attorney for Baltimore City, I see how legislation impacts cases in real time every day. I see many cases of youth waiting to be connected with services. Of critical significance are the instances this year alone when the Department of Juvenile Services has asked the court to modify dispositions for violent offenses, claiming that there are extensive wait lists at placement facilities, and asking the court to downgrade placement from hardware secure to staff secure or to community supervision. However, the month's delay we see for youth connecting with mentoring and treatment in the community is also a clear indication that the services aren't there either. The proposed change to legislation for these serious and violent offenses will place additional burdens on an already overtaxed agencies. The increase in juvenile cases has revealed shortcomings in services, such as available beds at placement facilities and capacity for proper supervision by the Department of Juvenile Services. With every case and every hearing, our ASAs seek the best outcomes for the respondents while keeping our communities safe. Unfortunately, this bill proposes changes that would make that harder to achieve, and that's why we're opposed.
Good afternoon. I am Karen Piper Mitchell, Deputy State's Attorney for Charles County, but I am also a resident of Prince George's County. I've been a prosecutor since 1999, and one of the things that I've had an opportunity to observe is the process that's involved in receiving matters from DJS into our office. When you talk about arrests for these various serious crimes, if you want to do an arrest warrant, you have to go through the process of the DJS evaluating to determine if it's appropriate, and then seeking something from the court to get permission to charge it, as opposed to law enforcement. If they feel something is serious enough to remove the youth off the street, they can do that immediately. There's also a delay between 30 to 60 days when we receive these cases from DJS. There's delays that we're seeing in getting evidence submitted for DNA, fingerprinting, collecting and gathering, because we don't have the involvement and oversight on these cases immediately if they are first charged and they come through us through the statement of charges from the district court commissioner. And so given the violent nature of these cases and our involvement that needs to be on the front end, we are concerned with the changes that you're looking to put in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Dykes, the elected state's attorney for Wycomico County. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of my fellow state's attorneys standing in opposition of Senate Bill 422. Whether a case starts in adult or juvenile court is a function of a statute that looks at the juvenile's age and the nature of the allegation against them, while respecting the role of judges as the ultimate decision makers. Tinkering with these parameters right now is not only unnecessary, it is unwise. It's unwise to change these jurisdictional provisions before we have the data to impact on the impact of the changes made last session. Most importantly, it's unwise to send more juveniles with more complex problems, challenges, to a system that has been shrinking for the past 3 years. Shrinking at the urging of the same groups that are here today in support of this bill. Maryland's prosecutors see on a daily basis how the system today isn't actually helping anyone, especially juveniles. We recently had, it's important to note, we recently had a juvenile commit a serious sex offense on a younger household member. The department's plan was to return that child to the community immediately, place them back in the home, and put a lock on the victim's bedroom door. This is how our system is functioning now. We urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll have questions to further expound upon that, but so I want to make, out of fairness to all the witnesses, just want to adhere to the time.
Good afternoon. Scott Schellenberger, State's Attorney for Baltimore County. When we're talking about a death, we should not be having conversations about money. When you're talking about someone who has been murdered, money should not enter into the conversation. Let me tell you about some of these cases. Please look at my written testimony. There are at least 6, maybe 7 cases that are just horrendous. The most important which I'll emphasize is Nick Browning. 16 years old, 6'2", 200 pounds, with a high IQ. He planned and executed his mother, his father, his 2 brothers. He was 15. He does not belong in juvenile court. He does not belong even starting in juvenile court. Look at my second example, Felix Fitzgerald. He was being held at the Hickey School on juvenile charges when he anally raped the nurse. And now, if you pass this, you're going to send him back to Hickey for the juvenile charges. This is not the place to be doing this. Even looking at the news this weekend, a 15-year-old murdered a McDonald's security guard in Baltimore City.
Well, appreciate the vignettes, as always.
Thank you.
But more importantly, I do appreciate the focus on the process, because that's what's really driving this whole thing, and it's that's where we need. I think if we get this process right and we get the service delivery right, we have an opportunity to do some pretty amazing things, and I think that all of us agree is in the interest of public safety and better outcomes for children. So I appreciate the focus on the process, understanding the vignettes fit into that process, but the process is what we can do here in this committee.
But as far as the process goes, I think we've been hearing recently that in the cases that DJS has right now, the process isn't working, and now you're going to load them up with even more and more people who actually need more help. And, look, I've said this before, I say it all the time. Pour all the money you can into DJS. Please help those juveniles when they're 13 and 14, so I don't have to come back here with 6 cases that they've murdered somebody at the age of 15. And what I'm saying is that the process isn't working, and this is not the time to overload them more with violent criminals.
All right. Again, the thesis of the bill is that they're ingesting this work anyway. But I don't want to get into a colloquy.
And I'm more than happy to work with the chairman. I will.
Yeah.
To work out some small changes.
I hear you. All right. That's good. Keep the dialogue rolling. I saw Senator Sidnor and then Senator West.
Thank you. When the chair was at the podium, there was a conversation between him and Senator West, one that touched on judicial economy. You kind of went there, but then you went off and started kind of testifying in the way you generally testify. But I heard none of you who are in opposition to the legislation talk to that particular argument. And I would love to hear from you all, which, given this state's current economic situation, you're talking about a real waste of money. And I think you have to, everything is about money, so I think you have to talk about it. So I'd be curious to find out or to hear from you a rebuttal to the conversation about us talking about the judicial economy.
So if you start in adult court and then you have a reverse waiver hearing, then you are using the circuit court system to decide if you go back down to juvenile court. If you start them in juvenile, I can tell you most of us are going to file for a transfer up to the adult system, and it's the same exact amount of resources. Everybody will want a background check. Everybody will want a psychological profile. It'll be the same report, just one will be talking about going this way and one will be talking about going that way. So I don't really foresee there being that much of a difference. And I believe one of my other...
No savings.
I'm sorry?
So you're saying no savings?
I'm saying it would be very little savings, but Ms. Piper Mitchell has some.
And if I can add that in my county, because of its size, a lot of those things, even though we have a magistrate that will do some of the juvenile matters, most of the civil stuff, most of the serious stuff that's going to where they can file exceptions, because we were running into that, where the magistrate judge would make a decision, then there would be an exception, and then we were doing a separate hearing. So certain serious and these kinds of cases are just being handled by the same circuit court judges. And we may have certain judges may handle, but sometimes it'll still end up on the plate of any of the judges in there. So whether I may be having the hearing with a person starting an adult, whether they're going to go down, we're going to still, as the Department of Juvenile Services has to do a report. If we are looking at these cases, we want to waive it up, we've got to still do the report, and it still is going to have to be assigned to one of the circuit court judges to go on and review it. It's still the same time we're spending from the state's attorney's perspective office, and it's also still the same time that we're going to be asking the Department of Juvenile Services. And I don't know where the savings are coming, because again, unless you're not then, as the Department of Juvenile Services, is making a decision not to put them in a commitment, or holding them at a detention facility pending their matter, then you have them out or you're not doing them EM. But those same decisions, whether I'm going to move them to a detention facility, whether I'm going to put them on electronic monitoring or shelter, or if I'm going to keep them in the community, the only time you save, there's no money involved, is if you decide to put them on nothing, where you just say you release them to the custody of their parent, and there's no oversight with respect to that, whether it's juvenile or whether it is that. I like you, Senator, I would love to see the concrete information where it is we're talking about this reduction and money is coming. Because yes, my office would still then move if we felt that an evaluation of the case felt that this case could better be served because of the lack of service. And also, many of these cases are being closed well before the person is even 18. I've only seen in my 25 years 1 or 2 cases where the person went to 21. So again, I'm not seeing where these savings are coming unless we're talking about the lack of then sending them in commitments or the lack of detention.
Let me ask you this, and I'm not remembering if it was 70 or 80% of these cases that are that's beginning in the adult system are waived down. What is the percentage?
I can't tell you what the exact percentage. I mean, it's going to be county by county.
Mr.
There
Chair, what
has
was the
been
percentage?
So I'll have.
The numbers 70, I remember are that between 17 and 19, it was 85%.
85.
And in
85.
2023, it was 69%.
Okay, so let's work with the 85% number. So currently, state's attorneys are essentially being rebut. 85% of cases are not then being heard, and heard later in the juvenile system. I'm curious if, with that type of record, if those kinds of cases are beginning in the juvenile system, do you think that you all will be using those kind of resources to take that 85% and be trying to try them or send them up to the adult system? Because I'm thinking maybe that's where the savings is. I mean, you all have a record of 85% of certain cases being sent down. And with that kind of track record, I don't know if my office has certain resources. I don't know if I'm going to be so anxious to try to send those cases up to the adult system.
Well, let me just say for the evaluation. So if our evaluation is going to be based on the case in and of itself, that's always going to be the situation.
Right.
I mean, if I have a homicide case, I'm going to evaluate that homicide case and make the determination.
But this isn't about. I don't think this bill is about homicide cases. That
14. It does take out. The bill does change. So there is a provision that's bracketed out for 14 and 15. Unless I misread that wrong, Chairman. Okay, thank you. So certain life imprisonment, first-degree rape, first-degree murder. So certain cases, they're going to still be that evaluation. So regardless of what the judge is doing, there's still going to be an evaluation we're going to make about that particular case, about the seriousness of that case, the information that we're able to receive about the juvenile, and make a determination as to whether or not we should waive. Sir, I did that even when I did juvenile. We still would evaluate a case and make a determination on that case if we felt that it was appropriate. It was rare. It was rare because, again, because most of these violent crimes are starting in the adult court, but we're still, now you're talking about putting all these violent crimes and then the additional taking out that bracket with respect to those. And then we're also looking at the handgun crimes. How is this weapon used? You know, do I have this, what is this age of the student? It's so much that goes into that evaluation. So yes, individually, I can say for Charles County, we're going to still look at the cases, the individual, and what we have and make a determination. And again, there are occasions where we fight the transfer to go down and make that decision. But there are times in my career beginning where if I had someone charged, I'd look at the Department of Juvenile Services report, and we may all come to an agreement with the defendant says, hey, the counselor says, look, based on this, we're going to agree to waive it down, and let's figure out what is the best remedy for it in juvenile, because we're looking at the individual. The problem is over the years is that with the erosion of services that I have watched erode over the 25 years is that they're not available to the extent that they were. Definitely when I walked in the door, there's been a change. So as to whether there may be less, potentially, but again, we're going to evaluate each case on its own to determine what's appropriate when we have these violent crimes that we're dealing with.
So I believe one of the other witnesses that was a proponent for this was, I think, it talked about the aspect of these particular youth being tried in the adult system and receiving less services and rather than if they were then tried and gone through the adult system. So the question that I would have then would be, if the idea about this is about public safety and ensuring that, and I see eyebrows raised when I said that, if the idea is about public safety and making certain that these youth won't recommit certain crimes and things, do you not think it would be better to, again, to at least start in the juvenile system and then so that they're able to at least access the services and things that aren't being provided at the in the adult system? You're smiling at me.
So I smile because I would say to you, I'm not seeing the services in the juvenile system. And when you feel like I feel like an outlier county, and as I said, I live in Prince George's, so there's a lot of times there's more stuff that may exist just in the size of my county, but we get a lot of business. I would say that the services aren't there, that I have seen over the 25 years, some serious cases where the person wasn't eligible to start in adult court, and they're not getting the services and the connection. And I think you have to look holistically at each child. I think you have to look and say, what does this child need? What are they connecting with? Are they in school? Are they in a mentoring program so that they don't come? I've seen juveniles that they may be in juvenile and they just end up graduating to an adult court at 18 or 19 because they're still involved. But also I would say to you, if we feel that for some of these matters, because again, people, whether they go and get a sentence and get out, they still need something connection and community to make sure they don't reoffend. Why can't we provide that, even though we're calling it they went through the adult? The program is the program. They can be that. So to me, that is the better goal, so that we can see a reduction in what we're seeing, both whether it's my county where I work or the county where I live or throughout the state of Maryland. So I would say that as prosecutors, we haven't seen that, or we've seen delays where the court has been required to just say, I'm going to put you on probation, even though I really want to put you in this commitment to get you to first deal with that, then maybe probation. They've had to that, and with the changes in the legislation, that probation now has certain, it's triggers. It only is up to this point, and it's only up to that. Because remember, a handgun crime is a misdemeanor now. So
you raise a good question that I don't know the answer to. if the juveniles are in the adult system and going through, why would they not be able to receive certain services that they would if they were in the juvenile?
I agree with you.
I mean, I'm asking. I don't know.
Me neither. I agree. I don't know why there are some instances where I think some of that may be helpful. I agree with you. Why not?
Look, thank you.
You're welcome. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Schellenberger, could I talk to you for a moment? I want to come back to my original thesis that based on past history, if, for example, a second-degree rape 90% of the time has started in the adult court, why should we not provide that second-degree rapes will start in the adult court? That wouldn't prevent the public defender from moving to take them back down to the juvenile court in an appropriate case. But why shouldn't we start, just in terms of judicial economy, why shouldn't we start those cases in the adult court if 90% of the time that's where in the past they have been tried? Conversely, simple assaults, if 98% of the time simple assaults end up being tried in the juvenile court, why shouldn't we start those in the juvenile court? That wouldn't stop the state's attorney in an appropriate case from trying to move the case to the adult court. But why shouldn't we start them in the juvenile court?
Second-degree assault is started in the juvenile court. Second-degree assault is in juvenile court.
Okay.
Now, if it was a unique situation, perhaps I could ask to waive them up, but that would rarely happen. First degree assault.
I'm just talking about the principle here.
I understand.
Shouldn't we start the cases in the court where they're likely ultimately to be tried?
Well, number one, do I think that we should be making better decisions to not have that high percentage moving back down? Yeah, I think we should. But the problem is, what I said was, when people talk about saving time and money, you're going to put the same amount of energy in whether you're going from up to down or down to up. If I have a second-degree rape and it's in juvenile court, I'm pretty much assuring you that in 90% of the times, people in my office are going to try and waive them up to adult court. Because remember, second degree is force or threat of force, and then the age restrictions. So that would be something that, you know, we would take a very good look at as far as waiving them up. And if you look at it that way, you're not saving the resources. That was the only argument I was making when everybody kept saying we're going to save so much money. No, we're not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoever wants to answer it, and start with, I'll give you a bite at the apple here, Mr. Schellenberger. So I overlooked this, and I guess I didn't recognize the bracket, so I want to thank you for bringing this up. That it looks like we're changing, to a degree, if I'm not mistaken, in this legislation, the definition or the terms of the age bracketing of a child now in this language of this bill. So it looks to me that we're changing that to who can be even charged, even under the circumstances we're talking about, which would be included. It's ironic that they would be included in that number of the 85%, but they're not eligible to be, they wouldn't be eligible to be remanded to the adult court anyways by this. Is that?
On a number of the charges, yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
So that's going to skew that number regardless, in my opinion. And then I also noticed that we took out, the child, again, thank you, because I totally overlooked this, about the 14-year-old. And then we also bracketed out, which I find interesting, so I want to ask why, but why would we delete abduction or kidnapping? Was that captured somewhere else? Or did we just arbitrarily delete abducting and kidnapping and just replaced it with any crime punishable by life imprisonment?
So if you're 16 and up, you can be charged.
So if you're 16 or 17?
16 or 17, correct.
Let's be clear.
You can be charged as an adult. But if you are 14 or 15, you would be in the juvenile court. 15, we could ask that you waive up, but we would have to ask.
So that's the real change, into even as an additional change as the part of the language of this, is that it's also creating a new area. Because a couple years ago, we did like or I didn't, I wasn't here, but I think it was 12 and under or 13 and whatever that was.
It was 13 and under.
Under.
We couldn't
And so now,
do anything, but then 2 years ago, or maybe 3 now, we went back to 10. So 10 to 13, they can be charged as juveniles.
but we still left it to where police like couldn't like
Yes.
interview them and do all that, right?
Right, and there's another one for that too.
Oh, great. You're making my day, Scott.
Sorry, you all make mine.
And then I want to go to, can you explain to me the one area, and again, maybe the sponsor can explain, but I happened to notice when I was reading back through it, they also deleted out robbery, third-degree sexual offense, a crime violation of the Section 5 of those public safety articles, using, wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm during and in relation to a drug trafficking crime, or use of a firearm under criminal law article. That was bracketed out also. Can you explain to me why? I mean, I just find that interesting now as I'm seeing that like we've kind of changed stuff. Like sometimes we bracket it out, sometimes we strike it out. Sometimes
Right.
It's just weird to me how these different ways we've come up with to delete language. And when you bracket it out, is that not deleting it out?
Yes.
So how has that changed?
Well,
significant.
The way that I read it is that 16-year-old charged as an adult for armed robbery and third-degree sex offense, but if you're younger than that, then you couldn't be. And that includes firearm transfer, sale of a firearm, possession of a short-barreled shotgun. So those are all some pretty
So what we would
serious-
have, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that in my time in law enforcement, once we saw, one of the major things we saw change once that this body adopted the 13 and under rule is we saw drug dealers using juveniles as mules to hold on to not their money, but their guns and their drugs.
Because we couldn't do anything with them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions are for Ms. Dykes.
Thank you.
Ms. Dykes, you started down the road of talking about victims in these cases, and I just want to hear more about that. I imagine if I were a victim of a crime like this, in certain circumstances, I would want to make sure those kids get rehabilitation or treated in the juvenile system. I imagine there are contexts in which I would be full bore advocating that they go to the adult system for more consequences. So I guess my question is, for victims of these types of crimes, what do you hear from victims, and what do they advocate to you in how to handle these cases up or down?
So understanding that most of the crimes that I think the entire panel has experience with are the horror stories, right? Are the most violent. So you heard me talk last session about the number of juveniles we have killing each other, right? Shooting at each other in Wycomico County. So when we talk with parents of victims, right, they want, generally speaking, accountability, right? Offenders in those cases, the most popular age for us in 2023 was 15 years old. So our 15-year-olds were killing each other. So it is very victim dependent. On the lower level cases, and where family members are involved, even in household member child sexual abuse cases, everybody wants treatment, right? A lot of people want treatment, and that is the best thing overall for the community. We're not arguing that at all, but in these incredibly violent cases, right, I'll concur with what Scott indicated, that we can get these children at 13 and 14 and get some substantive services, provide them and their families with a sustainable way, but by the time they're 16 and 17, we've rarely seen success. So short answer is, it's victim dependent, right? Like Karen said earlier, facts and circumstances of every case rule. There is no, it's hard to kind of define a victim's belief when you're aggregating them.
Understood. Earlier with the chairman, I did a remarkably poor job of defining the difference between second-degree assault and first-degree assault. And I think that distinction is important here because sometimes people think about kids fighting, which, to be honest, especially if it's in school, I don't think should involve DJS or law enforcement. It should be a disciplinary matter. But first-degree assault is something substantively different. Can you describe, from a victim's point of view, what a first-degree assault is?
So, an intent to cause serious physical injury, strangulation, and assault with a firearm. That's the sum total statutorily. Strangulation was added a few years back. We've had, anecdotally, I know for some members it might not mean anything, but we had a 13-year-old choke a teacher almost to the point that she was unconscious, and do that in a school, a middle school. Many times they involve weapons, as I've indicated, right? Intent to cause serious physical injury and a firearm. But many times it is somebody simply overpowering by virtue of their size, many times their lack of judgment. And our hope is that services in the juvenile system at, a 13-year-old, right, now that the law has changed, that services can help get that juvenile on the right track. So,
I want to follow up with something Senator West said earlier, which is that most states where you start automatically in the juvenile system don't have an automatic age out. And I wanted to point directly to Washington State, which has a hybrid system and makes a determination of rehabilitation at age 21 to determine whether the child should stay with services, go into the adult system because the services aren't functioning as they are supposed to, or be released as they would in Maryland. I guess I feel like we've kind of locked into a debate based on the system we know, but tell me what you hear as you go to conferences with prosecutors from other states about hybrid systems where a determination of risk is made at age 21, and how those systems work differently than either what's being proposed here or what's happening in Maryland currently.
So I will admit candidly, I don't have any experience in even having conversations with people in other states. I don't know if Scott or Catherine or Karen do.
So I am familiar with Washington State. So number one, if we were to adopt a system like that, where, say, at 15, you got convicted of murder, and they could keep you till you're 21, but then if you had not been completely rehabbed, at 21, they could transfer you over to the adult system under a sentence. Please remember that if you pass something like that, it would not affect the thousands and thousands of defendants who are currently in the Division of Correction. So you would literally have to put a far-out date on that going forward. You would also be required to set up an entire system that at the moment does not exist. So while I have read with kind of interest the system in Washington, I think it would be a really giant leap to get that started or done.
Final question, Mr. Chairman, is for the state's attorneys from Baltimore City, if you have a second. The other day, we heard from a woman named Chrissy Castile. I don't know if you're familiar with that matter. Her fiance was the one who was severely beaten and permanently disabled over the robbery of a pizza.
Yes.
And so I was wondering, because we are familiar with that case because of her testimony, which was impactful, I was wondering if you could use that as an example of how that case, which I assume would be charged under first-degree assault, would be handled under the current law and then under this bill.
Yes, it's interesting when you asked about the difference between first-degree and second-degree assault. I actually immediately thought of both Matt and Chrissy. I met with them back in December. Under the law currently, if it turns out, if the offense was committed by youth and the youth were arrested, they would be charged as adults, or rather, if they were 16 or over, they would be charged as adults if they were 16 or 17. There would likely be detained at the Youth Detention Center, YDC, which is run by DOC. And the Office of the Public Defender would have an opportunity, or private counsel, meet with them, talk with them, and file a motion for transfer. Once that motion for transfer is filed, it triggers the Department of Juvenile Services to do what they call a transfer of jurisdiction report. They do a bit of an investigation. They look at what social and environmental issues are going on for the, at that point, still defendant. They look at what academic history there is, what issues there have been, were there previous suspensions, and they speak with a parent or guardian, and I believe they have a sort of stable of psychiatrists that they bring in to speak with the youth. Once that report is completed, it's sent to the defense attorney, it's sent to the state's attorney, and it's sent to the court. Everybody has a chance to review it. I can tell you, since that would be our jurisdiction, we would take that case, we would look at what the youth's history was. Had there been prior contacts with the juvenile justice system in our jurisdiction, in another jurisdiction, we would have conversations with the victim. How do you feel about this? That victim would, of course, have the right to be heard by the judge deciding that transfer motion. And after talking with the victim, after doing our own evaluation holistically on what the youth's history is, and we also do look at academics, what's the home life like, what's the trauma life like, we would make a decision whether we would oppose that transfer or perhaps agree that the best outcome for both the defendant, still defendant at that point because they're still in the adult system, would be to come down to the juvenile system where they could potentially receive services. If this bill were to pass, what would happen is that youth would be brought to BCJJC. DJS would receive the case. They would look at the first charge, the first count. They would make a determination whether they would interview the youth or not, and that some of that has to do with when the youth would be arrested and brought to BCJJC. DJS would make a determination whether the youth would be held or not. Depending on that determination, so for instance, if DJS said he doesn't have a history, say it is a him, doesn't have a history, we can release him. He would either go back into the community, either on some form of electronic monitoring or perhaps on no monitoring at all. That decision is made solely by DJS, and that decision has no review. And it's not just me that doesn't get a chance to weigh in on it. Public defenders are not allowed to weigh in on it. The judges are not allowed to weigh in on it. DJS makes that decision.
For first-degree assault, that's not the case? There's no say.
This is, and
let's just keep the theme the same so that
for
the
first-degree
examples are parallel.
assault solely for detention.
Yeah.
For detention purposes. DJS makes that determination. It is now the case that for first-degree assault, as it is a felony, they would have to forward the case to my office. However, the duration of time when we would get that case or when the case would enter the court system is very tied to the level of supervision that that youth would find themselves on. If the youth is detained either in a facility like BCJJC or out in the community but on some form of electronic monitoring, the case has to come into trial or come into court within 30 to 60 days. However, if DJS decides that there is no need for pretrial supervision, that case is not coming into court for 4 to 6 months. So during those 4 to 6 months, the youth is not supervised and not receiving any services. As far as the youth knows, it's done with. They've been given a date in June, and that's the next time that it sort of comes up as, oh, there was this thing that happened. And there's also nothing that can be done from anybody involved at that point in terms of getting the youth services through the juvenile justice system.
So you're in this example, like you're going to be forwarded that. I mean, that, under something serious.
Yes.
And you are going to. What are you going to recommend?
Well, again, as I have met with a couple, we would very definitely be taking that case and charging that case.
Yeah. And for even the first degree, like you're gonna do a waiver, right? You're gonna waive up in a universe in which that case would originate in the juvenile system. You're most certainly under those facts gonna say, we got to waive this up.
Right. So I would note that would definitely be something we would really love to do. The evaluation for what cases are successfully waived, though, has to do with what services the youth has already received, and a youth is only waived up to adult court if the sort of panoply of services have already been tried and failed. We do waive kids up. However, it is something that we have found to be a little bit restrictive. It's much more common for a youth to be transferred down than for a youth to be waived up, because there is a belief that the juvenile system has this wide variety of services available. And unfortunately, what we found time and time again is that services available, that's in name only. At transfer hearings, we hear, well, there's this facility and there's that placement, and he can go here and he can go there. And as soon as the youth is transferred down, it's, well, there's no beds there. He's been rejected from that one because of, sometimes it's even as simple as the offense he pled to.
That's the point, and not to interrupt, but it's, respectfully, it's not whether it's first degree or, I mean, these are all, that's sensational, but like, I get it. A judicial officer is going to make a determination what's going to be the right thing. There's discretion interwoven through that system. But what you're talking about now is really the highlight.
Yes.
And that's where the pressure point needs to be put, is the dearth of services.
Yes.
And the efficacy of services.
Yes. There are times when we have youth transferred down, and I work with brand new ASAs, and and my chief, we work with them to evaluate a case, but also, because we are dealing with juveniles, the respondent. What's going on? What does your gut tell you about what is best for the circumstance, situation, and the respondent, of course, in that? What does your victim want? What is best for the community? There's a wide range that we are considering. When we do that, we are given information that there would be services that are available. And it's, not to be overly dramatic, but it can be crushing to find out that you've agreed for this youth to come back, that you're hopeful, as is the youth's family, of course, that the youth will have these opportunities for these services, only to find out you weren't being told the truth. There's actually month-long wait lists for this therapeutic service, or weeks-long wait lists for them to go to this placement, or actually that placement would never actually be available to them.
Just to make certain that I'm hearing you clearly, there's nothing that's available to you all that has maybe a menu of the services that DJS has available in conjunction with the actual availability that you could all kind of look at and say, all right, you said there's a bed, but this says that there aren't any beds?
I'm an attorney, so I hate to speak sort of in generals, but yes. We are told at transfer hearings, and more importantly, the judges are told, he can go to Cornell Abraxas, or he can go to Victor Cullen. And 3 weeks later, we get motions from the Department of Juvenile Services saying, Your Honor, we'd like you to revise your disposition because he can't go to Cornell Abraxas. They've rejected him because of his offense.
So where's the conversation? Where are we missing? What's happening there? You sound like you're kind of speaking past one another. If you're asking, hey, do you have this available? And I tell you yes, then you should be able to rely on that yes. So what's happening?
That, I believe, is not a question for the
you.
state's attorney. It's a question for the Department of Juvenile Services.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
I would like to follow up on Senator Waldstreicher's victim question, if I might. With your permission, I'll be brief.
Yes.
Promise. Victims' opinions about, what should happen to a defendant often change over time, right? It is, they're resolving their own trauma many times, but it's often impacted, their opinions are often impacted by a juvenile or a defendant in an adult case. The defendant's acceptance of responsibility. In our current system, right, like those are still factors, those same factors, acceptance of responsibility and remorse, also lend towards a defendant or juvenile's ability to be rehabilitated. So I don't want to, those things are crucial if this system is going to be successful. And I'm not sure that anyone is actually provisioning for that.
Excellent. Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Have I neglected to call anyone else who wishes to testify in this? I don't think that. I think that's it. All right, excellent. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 422. We'll now move on to Senator McCray with Senate Bill 402. Is Senator McCray here?
Senator McCray, are you outside? Good afternoon. Senator McCray, we're going to take 402 first, if that's okay with you. Come on up with your panel.
Yes, sir.
If you'd like.
And I think we just gonna sit here, ain't we? Yeah. All right. Let me know when you're ready. Mr. Chair, members of the respective committee, JPR, I come to you. My name is Corey McCray, 45th Legislative District, East Northeast Baltimore, here for Senate Bill 402. I'm joined by our Director of Government Relations, Nina Themilis, and I'm also joined by our new DOT Director, Ms. Macbeth. Just in reference to the cameras that we had, we saw some level of changes that we made from a state standpoint when we think about 695 or things of that nature, and just trying to make sure that we bring some level of conformity to our respective jurisdiction on a number of the different bills that you'll see that comes before you. I'll let the director articulate in reference to a number of the things that the Senate Bill 402 does. But what it does is it actually just raises that fee from $40 to $60, Mr. Chair, and just making sure that we have the ability to kind of move in the posture that the state moved in the previous year. Madam Director.
Proceedings Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today in support of this bill number 402. Again, I'm the interim director of Baltimore City Department of Transportation, and my name is Veronica Macbeth. I am here in support to urge you to pass this legislation that would increase the maximum penalty for speed camera violations in Baltimore City from $40 to $60. The bill is a necessary and effective measure to curb excessive speeding, enhance public safety, and support critical infrastructure needs in our city. Baltimore has a well-documented speeding issue with 966,383 speed camera citations issued over just the past 18 months. And while our speed monitoring program has reduced the amount of crashes and improved compliance, the current penalty is not nearly enough of a deterrent for many of the drivers. And so raising the fine to $60 will further discourage the reckless driving and speeding and reinforce the importance of safety and driving within our city limits. So beyond enforcement, this bill also ensures that Baltimore can continue investing in its roads and public safety efforts and infrastructure. The additional penalty revenue would estimated to generate over $19 million annually. And this will be directed towards critical infrastructure projects such as roadway improvements, traffic safety initiatives, as well as other enforcement programs. And with tight local budgets, as we all know, and uncertain federal funding, these resources will allow for us to maintain and enhance our streets without diverting other critical funding from other essential services. And so with SB 402, also aligning with Baltimore's Vision Zero initiatives, which is a citywide effort to eliminate traffic-related deaths and serious injuries. By increasing the fines, we encourage further safer driving habits and help to prevent avoidable tragedies of our roadways.
Thank you, Ms. Macbeth. Appreciate it. Ms. Themillis, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nina Themlis, Director of Government Relations for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 402. The interim director outlined most of the points that we wanted to make this afternoon, just emphasizing that when we increase fines, we do look to deter behavior. What we've seen across the city, where all of our speed cameras are located, both around schools and along I-83, is that we do see a large change of behavior immediately, and then that kind of wanes over time, and that we're just hoping that this secondary enforcement mechanism, by increasing the penalty, will further deter individuals from speeding unsafely on our roadways. We have a large number of pedestrians, bicyclists, and people using multimodal transit throughout the city, so we really need additional mechanisms to help slow people down so that everyone who's traveling within our city is able to do so safely. So we have some staff from DOT here to answer any particular questions you may have about the automated program, but City has full support behind Senate Bill 402. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Sidnor has a question.
Not for you, sir, but for them. Does the city intend on, and you can come to the podium, actually, whoever would like to answer this, in Montgomery County and some other, I believe Prince George's counties, they have, I think, they allow for neighborhood speed cameras. Baltimore City does not, correct?
Not at this time.
Is it your intentions to eventually have neighborhood cameras?
It's not something we have directly thought about, but it's not something that we would not consider.
Currently,
yeah, it's a change of statute within the city that we would have to consider.
And with the current school zone cameras that you all have, the city is able to place cameras up to a half mile away from schools, correct?
Correct.
Do you all have a policy with regards to the placement of those school zone cameras and placing them close to schools?
I believe it's something that we have been considering, so that could possibly be something that we're considering as well, is changing the locality of where we're moving them further out.
Moving them further away from schools or closer to schools?
Sorry, within the statute, but I believe that we are making a consideration as far as addressing that statutory issue.
And the good senator, he knows, that's why he's smiling.
Am I wrong?
The issues that I've had with Baltimore City's camera program.
I'm sorry?
I said the good senator knows the issues I've had in the past with Baltimore City's camera programs and the way that I believe the city has abused this General Assembly's intent for school cameras to be placed to protect children rather than be used as neighborhood cameras to catch speeders. So I just want to be clear. Do you all have any policies around the placement of those kind of cameras? Because this would increase those fees for those cameras as well, correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I think that what is more specifically unique in Baltimore City than in many of the other jurisdictions is that a lot of our students travel by walking or by taking public transportation to and from school. And so you may see cameras within the school zone area placed further away, but it is still within the statutorily required space, but mindful of the fact that many of our students travel across the city. If they go to a magnet school, in our high schools, they have to travel very long distances.
Do you know where I was born?
I'm familiar with you, Senator.
So you know where I'm from?
Yes.
Do you know where I went to high school?
Yes.
Okay, I lived in Southwest Baltimore City, and I used to catch MTA buses to go to my high school, so I'm very familiar with that. But again, the school zone cameras, the intent of this General Assembly was to protect children. And what I've found is when I'm driving down Baltimore National Pike Crossing, Hilton Parkway, and places like that, you all have placed your cameras inconveniently to catch people who are driving, and the school was more than a half mile away. So I mean, you're coming, you're asking for an increase in penalties, and I'm just asking for to make certain that you all are going to have some fealty to the intent of this General Assembly and the placement of these cameras.
Yes, we always seek to make sure that we're following the intent of the General Assembly while keeping our students safe and our just general motorists safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions for this panel? All right, seeing no questions, thank you, Senator. Thank you to our witnesses. Michael Sakata, favorable with amendment. Mr. Sakata.
Chair, members of the committee, my name is Michael Sakata, and I have the privilege of leading the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. I represent the men and women who build and maintain and power Maryland's transportation network. They're the backbone of our state, working tirelessly on our roads, our bridges, constructing our transit lines, expanding our airports, and strengthening to keep our ports to keep Maryland moving. I had the honor of serving on Governor Moore's Work Zone Safety Work Group, where I saw firsthand the dangers they face every day. That's why MTMA supports Senate Bill 402, which increases the penalty, speed cameras from $40 to $60. Maryland's pennies, as we've heard, are the lowest. We're the lowest in the country. And raising them will deter reckless driving. However, we strongly urge aligning this bill with other bills to ensure, like SB 520, to ensure that after covering administrative costs, revenue is reinvested directly into highway safety and Baltimore City system preservation projects. Currently, local jurisdictions must spend speed camera revenue on public safety, but there's little oversight on how that is used. Too often, funds go to general expenses like vehicles instead of directly improving road safety. If speed cameras are deployed, the revenue should serve only as a secondary benefit to their primary goal, which is changing driver behavior and making roads safer for workers and public alike. On the behalf of the men and women who build and protect Maryland's infrastructure, I urge you to support this amendment to prioritize. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Actually, it looks like we have one more person signed up to testify that I missed. John Becker is here for informational purposes. Is Mr. Becker here? Mr. Becker, are you present? Okay, questions for Mr. Sakata? All right, seeing no questions, I smell a grand compromise. Thank you, Senator. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 402. Senator McCray will now move to Senate Bill 500.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, Corey McCray, and I come to you in reference to Senate Bill 500. And I think my colleague, he helped me tag team on when we did this originally from that standpoint. But what this bill does is two things, Mr. Chair. It simply takes away the sunset. And it also expands the cameras from 2 to 4 because currently there's one going north, there's one going south, making sure that the opportunity to put 2 on one side or 2 on the other side is still there. I know that we had a number of different conversations and some level of opposition, but I'm glad to see my friends from Baltimore County think that this is such a great idea that they've also come in with their own bill from that standpoint. So I don't think we'll receive that level of opportunity that we had with the first conversation. Mr. Chair, that's all that the bill does. We once again have our director. We also have the director of Department of Transportation, and we also have the director of Government Relations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully you all vote favorable for Senate Bill 500.
Good afternoon again. So just want to share that the city supports the legislation presented once again to improve the safety of the roadway along I-83. Speed monitoring program has been doubling the number of is interested in doubling the number of cameras on I-83 from 2 to 4 and providing increased enforcement along one of the most high-risk corridors in the city. And I-83 has a long history of speed-related crashes, and while the current speed cameras have helped reduce dangerous driving, we must do more. And additional monitoring will further deter reckless driving as well as excessive speeding and ultimately saving lives. So the bill also removes the sunset provision, as previously mentioned, and ensures that speed cameras will remain a permanent tool for enforcement beyond June 2026. And so without this change, again, the program will expire, eliminating a proven safety measure that has already contributed to the decline in crashes. And according to MDOT, from 2018 to 2023, I-83 experienced 1,903 crashes, and thanks to the speed enforcement, we have seen a significant decline in crashes between 2022 and 2023. If we remove the cameras, we run the risk of reversing the progress and putting more drivers and pedestrians in danger. Also noting the program supports data-driven enforcement, again, which has also shown measurable success. In 2024 alone, Baltimore issued over 172,000 speed camera citations, and we anticipate a 20% drop in citations per camera, ensuring the fact that people are in fact trying to drive more safely and driving slower to be in compliance with the speed limits. Again, automated enforcement reduces the burden of law enforcement as well, and allowing them to focus on other critical safety needs. With that, I will defer to my colleague.
Good afternoon again. Nina Themlis, Director of Government Relations for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 500. As mentioned, this bill would just remove the sunset that currently exists on the I-83 camera program and would allow us to double the number of cameras that we have along the corridor. We've seen average speed reductions by at least 5 miles per hour since the program was implemented, but we still do see increased speeding along the portions of the roadway that are not within the camera zone. So prior to the installation of the initial program, we saw regular deaths, fatal crashes along the corridor. It is a very windy road if you have been along 83, especially the portion that is in the city. And so while we've seen great success with the existing program and want to thank you all for helping to pass the initial program, we do want to have that sunset removed so that we can continue to protect and save lives, and that we'd like to also see behavior deterred along the other portions of the corridor that still do experience a number of crashes. So for that reason, I'm here to testify in support and request a favorable report for Senate Bill 500. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go to questions, has Mr. Becker arrived? No, let's go to Senator Love first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Couple of questions for you. Are the cameras on the current cameras on I-83 mobile or fixed? If you could go up to the podium, please.
They're fixed right now.
They're fixed right now. Okay.
Yeah.
When Baltimore City first implemented this, I mean, the law is very clear. It says no more than 2, but Baltimore originally put up 4 and said that they would turn them on and off, but not have any more than 2. And it was made very clear that the law said only 2. So are those 4 still operational, or were the 2 other ones taken down?
I believe that the 2 were taken down. So I drive 83 pretty frequently, and the ones that run is the ones that were there. I believe you were on a committee when it was there, and the chairman was the one that insisted, hey, here's what we believe the intent was from the General Assembly. So they are taken down.
Okay, so they were taken down. Great. Okay. Mr. Chair, one more. Thank you. I'm glad you're standing at the podium, Senator, because my question is for you. Are you aware that there is currently no statewide standards on the use of the data that is collected by these cameras? Not the use, not the retention, not the access, nothing?
I don't mind if you guys, obviously you have the bill in your hand at this moment, but if there is some type of, you're asking the agency to come up with some level of regs or report back about the use. So you're saying the information that employees that may work for DOT, how they are using the data?
Well, the data itself, all that data that is collected, there are no statewide standards on who accesses it, how it's used, by whom it's used, and retention and destruction. And I was just curious if you were aware of that.
I wasn't aware, and I didn't think about that. We actually have an STAT bill that I offered up an amendment for the agency to come back how they do like photos, capturing photos when they do property tax assessments. So I would offer that. I know that we all do it. I think that Montgomery was the first to do it. So you guys kind of preceded us in reference to that's why when he talked about the neighborhood stuff, you guys had already been exempt from a number of things because you started it. But if there was some level of requirement for all of the jurisdictions to do something with the data, I don't mind moving in that direction. I would say that this is a local bill from that standpoint. So this is a Baltimore City, and I think that what you're talking about is more of a statewide function or just kind of direction for us to go in. So
thank you.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Love. Senator Sidnor.
Thank you very much. This is not for the senator. This is for his team.
Sit down. Take it easy, sir.
So and this is actually an easy question. I know when this bill was introduced, a good bit of the testimony was around the bend in the road at the Pepsi sign because that's where a lot of incidents were occurring. 83 is a pretty long road. Is there another hot spot that you all are looking to address by this increase?
Mr. Chair, he's here for information purposes, and I think this is a great opportunity.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Philip Mellison, the director for the ATVS division for the Department of Transportation. And to answer your question, we actually located 4 other opportunities or placements for those cameras. It's Cold Spring, as well as North Avenue and Smith Avenue.
All right, Cold Spring near Piley.
Yes.
Where else?
Smith Avenue on northbound.
Okay.
And North Avenue.
And North Avenue.
Yes.
Near the University of Baltimore.
So that's exit 6.
Exit 6.
Exit. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Good night geography lesson. Any further questions for this panel? All right, thank you so much for that, Senator McCray. That concludes the hearing for Senate Bill 500. We'll now move to Senate Bill 501, Senator McCray's final bill today.
I've almost made it unscathed. The bill that I'm here before you colleagues, once again, just for the record, Corey McCray, Senator for the 45th Legislative District, and I come before Senate Bill 501. This is my last bill before this committee today, and what this does is it sets up some level of process for the local jurisdictions to be able to collect some level of late fees. I'll let the director and director of DOT and the director of government relations speak to why this is important, but currently there is no process where we have late fees for those that may not pay at this moment. I see my guys light. I'm going to bring up the director at this time.
Good afternoon once again. Just to talk a little bit about this, we support this speed monitoring system violations and to ensure greater compliance, once again, with traffic laws. And specifically, 501 authorizes Baltimore City to impose late fees on unpaid speed camera citations and essentially bringing our enforcement efforts in line with other jurisdictions. Right now, the city does not have the authority to assess any late fees, meaning a significant number of violations go unpaid and reducing the effectiveness of our speed enforcement efforts. And so between July 2017 and January 2025, Baltimore City issued over 5.7 million speed monitoring violations, yet more than 1.6 million remain unpaid. And that's a collection rate of just 71.1%. And that's leading to revenue losses and weaker deterrence against repeat offenders. And without consequences for late payments, we're missing an opportunity to improve compliance and reinforce the accountability that traffic enforcement requires. And this bill is to ensure that all citations clearly include information about the potential late fees and making sure drivers understand their responsibilities. It also allows the Baltimore Police Department to assess late fees when citations remain unpaid past the designated timeframes. And so by passing this piece of legislation, we can encourage timely payment of fines, ensure efficient enforcement, support critical public safety initiatives, and align Baltimore City with other jurisdictions. And again, this bill is not about punishment. It is about fairness, accountability, and maintaining safer roads. And speed cameras, as we know, are an important tool to do so in reducing reckless driving and ensuring that penalties are paid on time. And it's essential for our system to work effectively. So we are respectfully urging you to support and vote favorably for SB 501. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Muse.
Yes, thank you very much for the for my seatmate, my senator.
Yes, sir.
Just so I can understand this. If someone is going 75 miles an hour, they will be pulled over and given a ticket for $75 and have 75 days to pay. Is that correct?
Is this about them judges again?
Yeah. Yes. So what? I mean, big deal. Okay. Thank you. You don't have to answer it. Just sit down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Senator Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Senator, I was trying to let you go for 3 of them, man, but I hear what you're saying about so I don't see anything in this bill. I heard all the other 2 hearings, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't see anything in this bill that says what the late fees can be. Are they, and so it brings me back also to like the collection mechanism. So you and I had a really good discussion last year about a lot of Virginia registrations in the city. And, you know, they may or may not be some of the ones doing the violations, right? And they're getting sent to an address, whatever, in Virginia. But they're living here in Maryland.
Yeah.
Did that bill pass last year?
It didn't pass. It ended up being a study is the way it worked out.
Did we bring it back?
I think there is a Senate sponsor. I know it ain't sitting over, but I think she did. Did she find, I think it might be Muse.
All right.
I think it's me.
All right. So my question is do we have anything, you know, I'm about guardrails, you know, we're talking about road safety, right? Yep. So do we have an idea of what those fees would be? Yep. Would they be tiered by how late that is? And then I also have a question about some of these programs. Is Baltimore's like other programs that I've heard about across the state that if the citation is issued, because I'm looking at like the fiscal note and the numbers that were issued, right? When I'm looking at those numbers, you know, it appears that the vendor's getting paid no matter what. Is that accurate? Do they get paid by the sheer number, regardless of collection or not? So thereby resulting in the city actually making less. So has that been something that's been discussed about adjusting those contracts to say, if we don't recover, you're not recovering? Because, I mean, I get it, but when the contractor is making more than the actual people affected or impacted by it the most, that's a little concerning to me.
Now, so I want to answer you both questions, and I'll start with the one in reference to just the time frame. So if there was an amendment offered by the committee in reference to like the cap, like late fees can be capped, I think that you're just doing your job from that standpoint. So I think that the jurisdiction, but more importantly, the committee from that standpoint, if the late fees were some level of cap, to say, hey, it wouldn't be over 5%, it wouldn't be over 10%, whatever the respective committee is coming up with, that's within
Yeah, I
that
mean,
scope,
can they ask, I guess what I'm asking is, as a part of that, continuing the discussion, can you guys like kind of reach out and see if there's a consistent number or aggregate number that says, hey, this is a percentage that is universally kind of accepted?
So I'll huddle with the jurisdiction and figure out like what a cap on late fees or what they had in mind from that standpoint. The second one is, I would just say it's up to the local jurisdiction to kind of negotiate what that vendor is and who they're utilizing. So I'm assuming that when they're negotiating, they're negotiating the best contract for their respective constituents. I don't think that we will continue to go with the direction of the vendor that we were utilizing if it was costing taxpayers money. But I would just say that every jurisdiction, MoCo started, like they have that discretion. And I would push back a little bit on that one, saying leave that level of discretion with the folks that's negotiating it, because they also have the taxpayers in mind when they're negotiating the contract. First one, 100% agree though.
Well, I just look at the second one as even another part of that, because it's not really, it's just that they're making more money. Every citation, they're getting paid, and the actual municipality or government is not.
I don't want to defend the contract, but they are the ones that have to install the equipment. They're the ones that maintenance the equipment. So like there are certain functions that the contractor has to be obligated to in order to acquire the contract. But that's not my job to defend the contract.
I might have found my like retirement job. I'm gonna start going and doing these. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Folden. Any further questions for the sponsor or his panel? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator McCray.
You want a third bite at that one?
We love when you are in the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Really appreciate it. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 501. Senator Rosapep is here, and Senator Rosapep will now move on to your bill, Senate Bill 471.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if the folks from MVA could come up and join me, there we go. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I think the percentage of my bills that have been in this committee and never passed out is the highest of any committee in the Senate. Exactly. So I appreciate your scrutiny. Exactly, your close scrutiny of my bills. But I hope you won't help hurt this bill, because this is really MVA's bill that they asked me to introduce. So some of you know that I was ambassador to Romania many, many years ago. And one of the things, really the first day or two I got there, I'd never been in Bucharest, Romania before, that I noticed was drivers slowed down when they saw pedestrians. I was not used to that living in the United States as I do. But it was stunning. And so if you were in the car behind another car, when you thought, oh, they're going to continue through and the pedestrian's going to wait, doesn't happen, because the culture, it really put pedestrians first. I say that to say that the culture of driving and the culture of driving rules are different in different countries. Some of you, I'm sure, have been to London or seen British movies, and you know they all drive on the wrong side of the road. So the differences among countries in driving rules and cultures is material. And so when we have folks who come to this country with licenses from other countries, there's a 3-hour training program that we ask them to take to get a U.S. driver's license, or Maryland driver's license. And historically, it dealt with a variety of things like drunk driving and other things. The MVA would like to update the training program to move it more in the direction of how our rules and structure and culture in Maryland is different than it may be back home. And it particularly is important updating in terms of things like, we know the great workforce zone tragedies that we've had. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. It's a good bill. It's a very good sponsor, and very well thought out by MVA. And happy to take any questions and then turn them over to MVA.
So I think we're going to do questions after the panel.
Fine, that's fine. That's great.
Yep.
Good.
Okay.
Sure.
Madam Administrator.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chrissy Nizer. I'm the MBA Administrator and serve as Governor Moore's Highway Safety Representative. I would like to thank the Senator for introducing the bill, and it is exactly what he said. We currently have a 3-hour drug and alcohol program that is required of everybody who has never had a license in the U.S. They're licensed in their home country. They move to the U.S. and have to take this. When it was added, the program was added to state law in 1993, the concern really was with educating about drugs and alcohol and how that was different from one country to another. And so we developed our curriculum consistent with what the statute allows. So we talk about drunk driving, we talk about impaired driving, issues that are very near and dear to this committee, I know. While we recognize that drug and alcohol use are still a significant contributor to fatalities on our roadways and serious injuries, we also know there are many other causes. When you're coming from another country that just has different rules of the road, you're not necessarily going to know about what the rules are here in Maryland. So as I was talking to our driver license examiners, they actually brought it up and said that, you know, there were common signs. There were people trying to drive on the wrong side of the road as they were taking their driving test. And so that's what really for us was a highway safety issue and something we needed to address. And so we're asking for this additional authority to be able to talk about highway safety as we're training these new drivers. Importantly, I want to emphasize that there's not additional time constraint that's going to be put on the applicant. It's the same amount of time that they're taking the course today. And we believe it really reinforces what we've been talking about with this committee and the leadership that you all have had in the highway safety area. That crashes are preventable and each one of us plays a role, but we have to provide that information to our new drivers as well. So we also want to mention that we did ask the instructors who provide this curriculum every day, and 92% of them felt like it should be expanded to add these highway safety provisions as well. So even the individuals who are out there teaching the class to the prospective drivers felt like it was an important addition. For all those reasons, Department of Transportation asks for your favorable consideration, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's take Mr. Sakata's testimony, and then we'll take questions if that's okay. Mr. Sakata.
Thank you. For the record, Mike Sakata with Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. Of our member companies, we're responsible for constructing and maintaining roads, bridges, highways, transit lines. These workers put their lives on the line every day, ensuring safety is a top priority. MTBMA strongly supports SB 471, which expands Maryland's driver education program by incorporating essential roadway safety topics, including work zone safety. With reckless driving and speed-related crashes in work zones on the rise, it's critical that new drivers fully understand the dangers of unsafe driving in these high-risk areas. As someone who's served on Governor Moore's work zone safety work group, I've seen firsthand the tragic consequences of inattentive and reckless driving in work zones. Too many lives, both motorists and workers, are lost due to preventable crashes. SB 471 is a proactive step in ensuring that all new drivers are better educated on the responsibilities and risk of navigating Maryland roadways, particularly in work zones where heightened awareness is crucial. The bill also aligns with the Roadway Protection Act, passed last year, reinforcing the commitment of both the administration and General Assembly to reducing roadway fatalities and improving driver behavior. Education is one of the most effective ways to achieve lasting change and incorporating work zone safety into the curriculum, and will help protect those who build and maintain our transportation network. For these reasons, MTMA respects fully. Please give a favorable report on SB 471, and let's try to break his streak, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Any questions for the sponsor or these witnesses? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Roosevelt.
Thanks a lot.
We appreciate you, and we appreciate the witnesses. I see Senator Brooks is here. Senator Brooks, we're next with Senate Bill 530, and if you'd like to bring your panel up, we'd love to hear from them.
Okay. All righty, Chair, Wall Striker, and members of this JPR committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 530. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. SB 530, Vehicle Law Speed Monitoring System, Residential District. The purpose of this bill is to localize decision-making for installing new speed monitoring systems. Under Maryland law, speed monitoring systems capture images of vehicles traveling 12 or more miles beyond the posted speed limit. These systems have been shown to enhance roadway safety. A 7.5-year-long study conducted in Montgomery County assessed that the impact of speed cameras on traffic safety. The study found a 62% reduction in the likelihood of vehicles exceeding the speed limits by more than 10 miles per hour at the monitored locations. Additionally, the analysis revealed that a 39% decrease in the probability of crashes resulting in incapacitating or fatal injuries near the camera sites. Speed monitoring systems play a critical role in enhancing community safety. Under current state law, local authorities may independently install speed monitoring systems within a half-mile radius of a school zone. However, outside of these zones, all but 3 counties lack the authority to determine the placement of such devices and must seek approval from the state legislature. This limitation creates a significant gap for many Maryland residential neighbors that are not near a school zone, but still experience unsafe speeding and seek to implement speed cameras as a deterrent. SB 530 grants all jurisdictions the same authority currently held by Anne Arundel, Montgomery, and Prince George's counties to make localized decisions regarding the placement of speed monitoring systems. By extending this local control, the bill ensures that communities across Maryland can take proactive measures to improve traffic safety. Speeding in residential areas poses a serious threat to motorists, personal property, and most importantly, pedestrians. It is a public safety issue best addressed at the local level. Reducing speed to a safe level should not be a matter of controversy when lives and the well-beings are at stake. SB 530 empowers local officials to make informed decisions tailored to their communities, enhancing both public safety and the responsiveness of local governance. For that reason, I'm requesting a favorable report on SB 530.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to take testimony from a virtual witness, Mr. Myers. My understanding is that Mr. Myers may have difficulty with his audio, so we're going to try to see if we can take Mr. Myers now. If not, we will go to questions and then. There's no audio showing. Okay, we are not getting audio for you, Mr. Myers. We apologize, and we'll try to come back to you after questions for one last bite. Senator Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Brooks, right now, any local jurisdiction can come to us with a local bill and seek to have this authority. So I'm unclear why you're saying that, you know, this needs to be addressed at the local level, but you're actually making a blanket change.
Well, we tried to do it on local level last time, but it was suggested that we do a copy of the statewide bill. There was some additional information we wanted on capturing additional information, but it was decided that it would be best to do a statewide bill, and that would improve the chance of being able to get this passed.
So because Baltimore County had disagreements, we now have a statewide bill? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, there was a state, those 3 particular counties that I mentioned, Anne Arundel, Montgomery, they had, there was a bill, that bill, we were instructed to sort of mirror that existing bill for Baltimore County.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then one more, if I may. This question will sound familiar. Are you aware, as you're seeking authority for more speed cameras in the state, that there is currently no statewide standard on the use, access, retention, and destruction of the data collected by these cameras?
There's no restriction?
There's no statewide standard.
Oh, statewide standard. Okay. Maybe
just asking if you're aware.
I wasn't, but maybe that's a bill that we can put in next year.
I've got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
People are dedicated to their cause here. I love it. Senator Polden.
I always love it when the former head of the ACLU and I are on the same page on questions about speed cameras. So thank you, Senator Love, because you answered or asked some very important questions. Senator, thanks for bringing the bill. It pains me. You know this. You know, when you talked about Montgomery County and you talked about safety and you talked about their 7.5-year study, that it would be a 60% likelihood of a speed reduction.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't realize it took 7.5 years to realize you put a camera there that says it's going to fine you if you're, that it would take a reduction. Like, that's pretty obvious to me. But it's about the justifying means. So what I see is happening is we keep expanding. Like, this was supposed to be for those big three, right?
Right.
Anne Arundel, PG, Prince George's, sorry, and Montgomery.
Montgomery, yes.
If you want this, why not make it a Baltimore County bill? Why are we trying to expand this, like the senator said, all the way out? Because I am one that is absolutely opposed to more government being entrusted in positions to have this data and that they're going to do the right thing. Because as we're going to see in a little bit, we're going to see examples of people that did the wrong thing when they were entrusted with financials. So I just don't understand this. If you want to do it for the area you represent, to make it a part of that, you know, that bill, can you answer that? Why it's not just a Baltimore County bill?
Most certainly can, Senator. That's the way we, that was the bill that we introduced last year, and we brought it in here, and then we ran into some difficulty getting that local bill.
Because there was local support or lack of local support?
Well, yeah, we had plenty of local support, but what it was, we were adding some additional data capturing.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, and then because of that, then the bill went nowhere.
So why not submit the same bill without the data capturing measures? Just leave it as what it is, a moneymaker for the jurisdiction.
Okay, yeah. During the meeting we had over the summer, we wanted to make it as close as possible to the existing bill. So.
As close as possible to what, sir?
To the existing bill, yes. The bill that's already.
Would you be amenable to us just making this for Baltimore County and not statewide? With the language that's in there?
We can have that additional conversation offline, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
And the last question I have is, where's the statistical data to support this? Like, you're going to hear again later. Like, I want numbers have meaning, right? You know, they talked about earlier in Baltimore, 1,900 crashes, and they had this reduction, but they never said what the reduction was. One crash less is a reduction. It's all about relative numbers, like to what you're trying to accomplish. To make a blanket piece of legislation like this, I find it difficult to wrap my brain around the idea that we're going to do this when there's not statistical data other than a 60% likelihood in the area of the cameras for a speed reduction. So that tells me that it would be the direction of this state that they would like to have cameras on every road at every corner to keep those crazy drivers.
Right, but this is primarily for residential neighborhoods. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So we want to, you know, right now, if you're within a school zone, you can, you know.
That's justified. There's kids and all that moving around.
But this is primarily residential communities.
So again, where is the crash data in residential areas to support a measure this broad and far-reaching? I just don't see it in residential areas. There's not a high frequency of crashes.
Hold on one second. Kim, do we have the... We do have, yeah. Well, yeah, we can provide you with that with that data. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Right, yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions for the sponsor? I see Mr. Myers is here and his audio has been rectified. Mr. Myers, if you would like to testify, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff Myers. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm the immediate past president of the Pot Spring Community Association in Timonium. The association has been working on this problem of excess speeding in residential areas for a number of years. Delegate Michelle Guyton can attest to this. I'm a Luddite. I'm an older person. I'm generally not in favor of cameras and technology everywhere. But I have concluded after working on this issue for a number of years that the only way to keep our roads safe from reckless speeders are these cameras, because we can't afford enough police officers to write the tickets to slow these crazy speeders, which we've all seen, especially since COVID, out there on the road. The sponsor has talked about the research that supports the use of these cameras, so I won't talk about that. But we need stronger enforcement, and I can answer a number of questions that some of the senators had because I have worked on this for a number of years. For example, one thing, this just doesn't require every county to adopt a program like this. It simply allows each county decides on its own whether it wants to have cameras in residential areas under this bill. It just opens up the possibility. Doesn't require Carroll County, my home county, to have speed cameras in residential areas. Just allows them that possibility. Also, as to data, the confidentiality of data and stuff, you know, this is all controlled by the counties. The counties have to adopt regulations to implement this program if they decide to adopt it in their county. And of course, they're covered by the Maryland Public Records Act. And so all the confidentiality requirements of the Maryland Public Records Act would apply to any program that a county adopted under this legislation. Thank you. I urge your support of this favorable report and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Any questions for this witness? Seeing no questions. Thank you, Senator Brooks, for your time and attention. We really appreciate it. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 530. Is Senator Ellis here? Oh, no question about that.
Okay, thank you. And Senator, I'll get that information to you. Okay.
Mr. Becker, have you arrived by any chance? All right, Mr. Becker is not present. All right, Senator Muse will be next with Senate Bill 485. I know how this works.
You understand, right? Right out of here, shorty, I ain't messing around. 25,000 questions, right? Not 75. Thank you very much, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 485. Senate Bill 485 is a crucial piece of legislation that seeks to address the ongoing crisis of reckless driving and excessive speeding along Maryland Route 210 Indian Head Highway. AAA has registered this, that 210 is the number 6 worst driving thoroughfare in the nation. How do we earn that from New York and California, where those crazy people drive? For years, my constituents have voiced their deep concerns over the dangerous conditions on Maryland 210. In fact, it's gotten so bad that a group of advocates from my district formed a community group, Maryland 210 Traffic Study, to address the reckless driving on 210. Like them, I share these concerns, as I have witnessed firsthand the devastating consequences of reckless driving on this corridor. I've been awakened too many nights by people calling to tell me how many people were killed every time there is a death there. The high rate of speeding and reckless driving has led to numerous fatalities and life-altering accidents. We have had people clocked at 165 miles an hour, going up to 140, and on and on. It's ridiculous. And so this bill strengthens existing measures by increasing civil penalties for speed violations recorded by monitoring systems on 210. It established a tiered penalty system, ensuring that those who violate the speed limit by a significant margin faces appropriate escalating fines. Specifically, the proposed penalties are as follows. Exceeding the maximum posted speed limit, and this is where Senator Folden would love this one, by 12 to 15 miles per hour, sir, just a measly $60. Exceeding the maximum posted speed limit by 16 to 19, this is laughable, $80. You gotta love this one. Exceeding the maximum posted speed limit by 20 to 29, $140, and exceeding the maximum posted speed limit by 40 miles per hour is $500. You love that. You can live with that. I know 75% of the time you would want something like this. These increased penalties will serve as a strong deterrent and help us to continue to try our best to make 210 a safe highway. Mr. Chairman, I ask for a favorable report on this bill.
Excellent, thank you. I think you have one person signed up to testify in favor virtually, and then you have one other witness.
Mr. Karen was not in there.
Okay, good.
And I don't think Mr. Becker has.
Is Mr. Becker here?
You just come and do it.
All right.
Yeah.
If not, then we have a question from Senator Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, are you 75?
Almost. Thank you. On my way. And I will not retire. That's it.
I actually do have a question on the bill, Mr. Chair. So this is not the first time we have heard this. A couple years ago, Prince George's County sought the authority to go from 2 to 10 cameras on Route 210. We gave Prince George's County the authority to go to 6 cameras on Route 210. And then we got a number of requests, and I had a lot of meetings with your constituents about increasing the penalties. And during those conversations, it came out that the 6 cameras weren't even up and in operation, and of the 2 cameras that were up and in operation, they didn't always work.
Right, that's correct.
So have those issues been addressed?
Yes, we terminated the vendor. We brought in a new vendor with highly accurate data. For example, if someone was doing 100 miles an hour, that was just too fast to catch the picture of a driver's license. I mean, of the car's license plate. And so now with this technology, it doesn't matter what their speed is, we can do that. And so the new vendor is doing everything necessary that will satisfy our constituents.
Great. So the 2 cameras are working now. Are all 6
are working,
operational?
and the other 6 will be up as soon as we complete this bill. Yes.
Why aren't they up now? They were given authority a couple years ago.
Again, yeah, it was a vendor problem. They kept telling us we're going to do it, we're going to do it, we're going to do it. We had to fire that vendor and hire a new one, and they've only been in place since about December. So they're redoing everything, and that's a timetable that they've given us.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Further questions from the committee? All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 485. Thank you, Senator Muse.
Thank you.
I see Senator Ellis has joined us. Senate Bill 498. Senate Bill 498. Senator Ellis, welcome.
No, I mean, the page is behind. Told you, he gone. Come here.
Where'd he go? Yeah, thank you, Chair Smith, Vice Chair, and committee members. I just finished up presenting a bill in finance seconds ago, and so I'm catching my breath. If I start talking about supportive housing, let me know I'm on the wrong bill. Okay. So I'm Senator Arthur Ellis from Charles County here to discuss Senate Bill 498, motor vehicles, school buses, and seatbelts. Good afternoon, everyone. We just want to talk about the safety of our children on school buses and seatbelts. Some states require them, Maryland don't. Some jurisdictions in Maryland have them, some don't. Why would we submit our most precious little ones to accidents without seatbelts? I'm sure all of you have had children or anyone riding your vehicles. Buckle them up. They're little, they have to be in approved car seats. There are strict laws on that. We have to buckle up our children in our private vehicles. But they get in these school buses and there's no requirement at all for them to buckle up. Retrieve my papers. And this bill is simple. It just says that new school buses, with amendments coming in, require seatbelts. We're not going to say, hey, retrofit all the old school buses with the cost and everything with budget constraints. Just new school buses, let's require seatbelts on these buses. Safety concerns have raised about absence of seatbelts on school buses, with only 9 states currently requiring them. So we look at Arkansas, California, Florida, Iowa, Louisiana, Nevada, New Jersey, and New York require seatbelts on their buses. And, you know, I just want to kind of, I pulled out a testimony from the submitted testimonies about requiring seatbelts from the National Transportation Safety Board. So all of us have been watching and heard about the terrible plane crash in Washington, D.C. with a helicopter and the passenger airplane. And the National Safety Board member in charge of that investigation gave a press conference. And he said, you know, we investigate all these incidents, all these accidents, and we make recommendations. If people will just listen to us and follow our recommendations, we will avoid a lot of these problems. And he got quite emotional about that. And so I just want to say right here, I have and it's on your computers, the recommendations from the National Transportation Safety Board on school bus safety. I'll just bring out a couple points. It's a long written testimony, and I'm not sure they might be here to testify. I just want to cover a couple points. They talk about in 2017, there were school bus accidents in Tennessee, killed a driver and a 7-year-old passenger, injuring multiple passengers. Lap shoulder belts would have positioned the children appropriately in the seating compartments and prevent those accidents. They also talk about November 21st, 2016. 6 students died. More than 20 others were injured in Chattanooga, Tennessee, when a school bus was hit, rolled over, and the children were thrown. They were thrown out of the compartmental areas. So if you have the bus rolling over, those compartments, you know, the high seats and the cushion seats, doesn't really protect them, rollovers. And so those accidents happened. They were investigated by the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, and they gave a recommendation to us. Just put seatbelts on buses. You know, I just want to say, if an accident like that happened in Maryland under our watch, will we regret that we did not put seatbelt on buses? Therefore, members of the committee, I urge a favorable vote on Senate Bill 0498.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. We're going to hear from the rest of your panel, and then we'll take questions at the end. Very special guest coming up next, Ms. Nunez. Juliana, welcome.
Smith and committee members. My name is Juliana Nunez, and I am here to ask for your favorable report on SB 498, Motor Vehicles, School Buses, Seatbelts. First, I would like to congratulate my former delegate, Love, who is now Senator Love. Thank you for setting an example for women and girls. I first testified in support of this bill last year when it passed the House. After I testified, many circumstances have changed that reinforce the urgent need for seatbelts on school buses. I am now a middle school student who rides the school bus daily from home in Bethesda to my campus in Washington, D.C. I experienced 2 separate incidents where I not only violently hit my head against the back of a seat, but I also fell off my seat onto the floor. Also, there was a recent incident in Howard County that involved a school bus rollover. And in August 2024, a tragic accident in Texas claimed the life of a preschooler. These events are heartbreaking reminders that the safety of us kids cannot be compromised. These personal experiences make it clear to me that our current system is failing to protect children during transit. I am not only testifying just for my own safety, I am speaking out for every school bus rider, present and future. We deserve to ride in buses that are equipped with the necessary safety features to protect us. We need to require schools to purchase school buses with seatbelts. In conclusion, I urge you to provide a favorable report on this bill. Thank you for your attention and commitment to the safety of every child in our schools.
Excellent job, Juliana. Well, Juliana is classmates with my daughter, and so I was talking to Jacqueline, and she said, hey, she misses you on the playground since you moved to the upper campus, but so I'll let her know that I got to see you today. Senator Love, good job, though, today. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to echo that. You did an amazing job. Thank you so much for coming in and talking with us today.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you, Senator, for bringing this here. Are you familiar with the school bus contractors where they have some amendments?
You know, I saw their letter, but I couldn't find their amendments. And so I don't know if you have access to them.
I do. It's just more of a generic. I'd encourage you to accept them. They seem to be okay.
Okay.
And I think it'll make a lot of difference in my neck of the woods to have them okay.
I'm sorry, Senator, I have trouble hearing
I'm
you.
sorry, sir. With these amendments in my neck of the woods, I think you would get a lot of support and the support from myself if you would just consider these amendments.
Okay, yeah, I haven't read them, and if you say they're decent,
I think they'll be okay.
I think I'll read them and get back to you. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
and,
Senator.
I'll try to find someone where I can get them from, so thank you. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Further questions from the committee? All right. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee.
Good to see you, Juliana. All right, with that, do we have the virtual person? All right, we're going to switch over to our virtual panelist, Kristen Poland. Welcome. She's still connecting. Yeah. Ms. Poland, welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair, and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Kristen Poland, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Highway Safety at the National Transportation Safety Board. Thank you, Senator Ellis, for giving a good introduction to the NTSB. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 498 and why mandating passenger left shoulder belts on large school buses in Maryland is the right thing to do. I'm a biomechanical engineer, a Maryland resident, and my 2 children rode school buses to and from their public school for many years. First, I want to make it clear that school buses are the safest way for children to get to and from school and school-related activities. As I've explained in my written testimony, This is because of a number of safety requirements for school buses, including compartmentalization, which is a passive occupant protection system. However, in almost 30 years at the NTSB, I've investigated numerous school bus crashes where compartmentalization was not enough to prevent injuries and deaths, especially in side impact crashes with other large vehicles, in rollovers, and when pre-crash bus maneuvering throws children from the protective seat compartment. Properly worn passenger lap shoulder belts would have lessened injuries and saved lives. We also know that children are at risk of ejection from the seating compartment and the bus itself in rollovers. Passenger lap shoulder belts provide the best protection, keeping students within the bus and reducing injurious impacts with other passengers and with hard structures. I have also investigated large school bus crashes where passenger lap shoulder belts reduce the severity of injuries, even in an area of intrusion. In summary, to best protect Maryland students who ride school buses, we recommend that Maryland amend its statute to require passenger lap shoulder belts for all passenger seating positions in new large school buses. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Boland. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 498. We'll now move on to Senator Charles. Are you ready to go? Senator Charles with Senate Bill 520.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to the Vice Chair and the honorable members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. For the record, I am Senator Nick Charles, here with a favorable testimony in support of Senate Bill 520, Motor Vehicle Speed Monitoring System Safety Corridors. I want to first thank you guys for giving me the opportunity. This is one of many bills that I'll be having coming before JPR, so it's always good to be in front of my colleagues. But this bill is designed to improve safety on our roads by authorizing State Highway Administration to use speed cameras, more cameras, on designated safety corridors to address unsafe and dangerous speeding. A safety corridor is a segment of a state highway that has been identified as an area of high risk to vulnerable road users. The primary goal of this bill is to reduce the risk to pedestrians and cyclists by implementing safeguards in these high-risk areas. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, pedestrian fatalities increase with speed and have an 85% likelihood of death at speeds of 40 miles per hour and over. It is important to remember the real people impacted by accidents caused by the speeding. Today, we have an individual with us here by the name of Nigel Samaru, who was involved in 2 separate serious injuries. And these crashes, he's now suffering with some chronic pain that he has to deal with for the rest of his life. Another example is Dan Lakenkamp, who lost his wife, Sarah, in a vulnerable road user crash. Then we also have Enzo Alaranga, an 18-year-old rising sophomore at the University of Maryland who had his life cut short in a vulnerable road user crash. There's a lot of problems with these speeding in these areas. So what this bill would also do is create a fund where these funds will be collected that will pay for the operational costs of the program. Any additional funds will be directed to support highway safety and to keep our state highway infrastructure safe. This bill establishes clear guidelines for the use and operation of speed monitoring systems, ensuring they are regularly calibrated and provide a fair process for issuing citations. At this time, to dive into the technical details of how this bill will work and how it will be implemented, I'd like to introduce Will Pines, the administrator of the State Highway Administration, who will walk you through the specifics.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Smith and members of the committee. As was mentioned, I'm Will Pine, State Highway Administrator, and I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 520. And I want to thank the bill sponsor for his leadership on safety. Senate Bill 520 authorizes the use of automated speed monitoring systems on defined state routes with the highest risk to vulnerable road users. For reference, vulnerable users are defined as non-motorists like pedestrians and bicyclists. These highway users are considered vulnerable because they are more likely to be seriously injured or killed in traffic crashes. Statewide in 2023, 621 people on Maryland roads tragically lost their lives, and 181 of those were pedestrian and bicyclists. Preliminary numbers for 2024 tell a tragic story. 573 people died on our roads, and 175 of them, that's 30%, were pedestrians and bicyclists. It's unacceptable. These are not just stats. As the senator mentioned, they're individuals and their loved ones. We must do more to achieve Maryland's Vision Zero law. We must shift our fast and furious roadways away from a need for speed mindset to one that uses all available options to get everyone home safely every day. We know how to do this. It requires we use the 4 E's of safety: engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency medical services. Enforcement options are available to deter these behaviors. Again, Senate Bill 520 will provide the state with an enforcement option to save lives on the most dangerous routes to vulnerable road users. Federal Highway Administration reports that fixed unit speed safety cameras reduce crashes on urban principal arterials by up to 54% for all crashes. Automated speed enforcement in vulnerable road user corridors will reduce speeding, and you've heard repeatedly all of the federal statistics that demonstrate at this committee that reducing speeds reduces the risk of death and serious injury, so I won't repeat all of those. But I want to thank the chair and the committee members and also request a favorable vote for Senate Bill 520. Thank you.
Supporting
Ready? Okay. Welcome. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Smith and members of the committee. On behalf of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association, I am in strong support of Senate Bill 520, a critical piece of legislation that prioritizes the safety of Maryland's roads and the men and women who build and maintain them. Every day, road workers put their lives at risk to improve and maintain Maryland's transportation network. Reckless driving, particularly speeding in work zones, high-risk areas, continues to be one of the greatest threats to their safety. Senate Bill 520 takes a meaningful step towards addressing the issue by authorizing SHA to deploy these speed monitoring systems in safety corridors, areas proven to be high risk for our vulnerable road users. Critically, this bill ensures that any revenue generated from these speed monitoring systems is reinvested into highway safety and SHA system preservation after covering administrative costs. This is necessary as a responsible approach that aligns with last year's passage of the Roadway Worker Protection Act, reinforcing the state's commitment to reducing road worker injuries and fatalities. Currently, local jurisdictions that operate speed cameras must allocate revenue to public safety, but there are no clear requirements on how those funds are spent. Unfortunately, we've seen that cases revenues are used for other expenses, and in this case, directly funding roadway safety improvements. MTA has long advocated that if speed cameras are deployed, their purpose must be first and foremost to change driver behavior, with any revenue serving as a secondary benefit dedicated solely to road safety enhancements. By passing SB 520, Maryland will take a critical step toward making our roads safer, not just for the workers who maintain them, for all Marylanders who rely on them every day. We appreciate the sponsor for championing this effort, and for these reasons, MTBA strongly urges a favorable report on SB 520. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the key definition in this bill, it seems to me, is the term safety corridor, which is defined as a segment of a state highway that is identified by the administration as an area of high risk to vulnerable road users, or a priority corridor in the administration's pedestrian safety action plan. So how does the State Highway Administration intend to identify these so-called safety corridors?
So thank you for your question, Senator. One of the great things about this bill is that all of the corridors are fully published. We did an extensive study, both through our pedestrian safety action plan and the vulnerable road user report. The department is required to publish what's called the Strategic Highway Safety Plan. And as part of Title 23 in the Federal Code of Regulations, we must provide a federally approved document that provides these vulnerable road user corridors. So that federal process identifies the corridors, and we publish that, so it's all out there for the public to see. The plan uses crash data and fatality information to identify those corridors that are of greatest risk to vulnerable road users. And through this process, when we publish the report, they also define specifically the locations in terms of the actual limits of those corridors as well. So all of that's published and available so that the corridors are very clear.
So there's a place I could go to right now and I could look and find a list of all the safety corridors in the state?
That is correct. They're published right in the Strategic Highway Safety Plan for Maryland.
And it could apply to any state highway?
It applies only to the state highways that are identified following Title 23 of the Federal Code of Regulations on identifying those specific vulnerable road user corridors.
Okay. What percentage of state roads are classified as safety corridors?
So I do have some stats on the corridors, if you bear with me a moment. Right now, the overall total Maryland State Highway road miles is 5,218, and the vulnerable road user corridors represent 3%. They're primarily in urbanized areas.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to follow up, thank you for your presentation, but the senator knows this is a terrible bill. To follow up on the senator's line of questioning, you said that there's 5,200 and what miles of corridor?
18 miles of roadway that Maryland State Highway owns, 3% of them that were evaluated for relative to pedestrian.
So 5,218 miles, is that what you said?
Is total SHA mileage.
Okay, and 3% of that, so we're talking?
It's 166 miles.
So we're talking about 166 miles of vulnerable road areas is what you're identifying in this legislation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that 166 miles of area, you have that crash data in those areas, those 166 miles?
I do. So within that, as I mentioned, we follow the federal process. In the 6-year period that was identified in that vulnerable road user report, these corridors experienced 1,666 total crashes involving vulnerable road users, including 158 fatalities. There were 819 non-motorist fatalities statewide during this same period. So this means that 20% of all vulnerable road user deaths occurred on corridors that this bill would protect.
And of those, how many of those crashes were speed related or were vulnerable road user issues where they didn't comply with the law?
The report does include at-fault information. I do not personally have a breakdown of speed versus intoxication, all that good stuff. But that being said, when we look at the data, total statewide, the at-fault information is published on Zero Deaths Maryland. Specific to the vulnerable road user corridors, 52% of the crashes that happened in those corridors were the at-fault party was identified as the driver.
Okay, but of those identified, how many of those were contributed to by speed?
I do have Dr. Tim
look, one of the
Kearns.
fatalities I heard you bring up, and this is with not disparaging of any fatality of any member, but one of the fatalities was brought up is, if I recall correctly, is a low speed impact where the deceased impacted the side of a turning dump truck or something, and isn't it? I mean, that's one of the examples that was used. I'm pretty sure that was one of the ones. There was 3 examples used, and I want to know, those specifically were asking for speed cameras, another money generator, but the example given wasn't speed related.
There are many speed-related fatalities. The specific examples, I don't have all of the crash details. Okay. But as I said, 52% were attributed to the driver. We do have stats through Zero Death Maryland. Dr. Tim Kearns could
almost half were contributed to the driver and almost half were contributed to the vulnerable user.
The actual stats are 52% were the driver, 35% were non-motorists, 13% were unknown.
And how do you get an unknown? Like, is it because it was a hit and run?
Candidly, I'm not sure. We'd have to dig into the specifics of each police report to know in detail.
Well, I think that's important stuff. If you're talking about specific numbers, 175, 30% peds and bicyclists, by your numbers you're given, statistically speaking, half of them are the driver error, and almost the other half would be almost relative, which would be the vulnerable user. So me being, a simple fella, if I look at it and I say, well, let's put a 3,500-pound projectile going down a roadway, and let's put these nice little flimsy ballards along the edge of the roadway, and let's widen the road for the vulnerable road user who pays nothing into that additional cost to the state, including the subsurface and the widening of the road and all these other variables. But they're almost half as at fault as the driver. Wouldn't it make good common sense to just move them up onto the sidewalk or somewhere else entirely? Just asking. I mean, it's a simple question.
We recognize the safe system approach published by Federal Highway acknowledges that a core principle is humans make mistakes. Drivers make mistakes, texting and driving, while speeding. Humans cross at areas that are not crosswalks and other issues. We recognize that. What prevails, the data shows explicitly that slowing people down will prevent deaths, and that's what this bill will do.
Okay, so if I go back and I pull from MDOT's fatality reviews, because they've always had, it's always been around 600 fatalities for a long time. Even though we have this zero death initiative, it's usually been around that, right? If I go back there and I pull the data of vulnerable road users, am I going to see those numbers increasing in recent years, or am I going to see those numbers decreasing in recent years?
Turn it over to Dr.
And I'm going to say more specifically,
since
we've actually, and I'm going to bring it more specifically so that in recent years where we've spent a massive amount of money to create safe corridors for vulnerable road users, right, that we're seeing that number actually increase, even though we're spending more and they're not contributing to those roadways because they don't pay, their bicycle tax doesn't go towards it. They're not paying a fee to ride their bike on the road, but it's going to every other citizen on the roadway that fills their car up.
I'll let Dr. Kearns answer your data question, but if I could for 1 second just comment on the Pedestrian Safety Action Plan. We do have $100 million in the 6-year CTP specifically to improve infrastructure, as you stated. We've also included in the governor's budget proposal additional funding for complete streets. However, those projects are still in the design process. They're not actually implemented yet, so it's not accurate to say that they've changed the conditions in the roadway for those non-motorists.
Thank you, Administrator Pines. For the record, I'm Dr. Tim Kearns. I'm Director of MDOT MVA's Highway Safety Office. But, Senator, before we start, I do commend you on your mug.
Oh, thank you. Go Birds.
There you go.
Appreciate you.
Yes, the number of vulnerable road users have gone up.
The fatalities have gone up.
Fatalities have gone up for pedestrians. And bicyclists are a small number, so they fluctuate a lot. Pedestrian numbers have gone up. One of the things that we do not measure. As you'll see on a number of the reports, one of the things we measure is rates of fatal crashes.
Right.
And fatal crash rates are usually measured by vehicle miles traveled, which is a surrogate for exposure.
Correct.
One of the things we don't have is a good surrogate for pedestrian exposure. So we don't know how many pedestrians out there. I mean, if that number's gone up, then it would make sense that the number of those crashes would have gone up as well.
And that is part of my point, Doctor, is that we're spending more money than we've ever spent on trying to keep vulnerable road users safe. Yet we're seeing the numbers of vulnerable road users being killed continue to increase, right? So this bill being brought forward, it makes me worry about, I've got a few concerns. And I mean, it's probably better for the administrator to step back up at this point, but thank you for your candor, is that, you know, I want to ask what becomes your best or your most objective criteria to operate in the best interest of the state when we're looking at these vulnerable road user corridors?
Can you say the question one more time? Sorry.
What is your best or your most objective criteria to operate this program in the best interest of the state?
So the core objective of this program would be to slow motorists down. As I said in my initial remarks, Federal Highway, through numerous research studies, has shown that you see a 54%, up to 54% reduction in urban arterials when speed enforcement has been installed. We ourselves have observed reductions in speeds on state routes when cameras are installed. So we know that cameras do slow people down, and we know that when motorists are slowed down, the risk of death is also reduced.
Yeah, that's under like conservation of linear momentum. That's an easy principle to figure out. The problem is
it's science. I agree.
Right, but the problem is that it's not. When you start doing a continued overreach of government to be monitoring every single aspect and doing it in a manner that there's no accountability for where those pictures go. And it's a continual money grab, as we just saw a senator come in here asking for money or wanting a program, not for money, wanting a program to be expanded. That there was only 3 counties that did it at first, to expand it to statewide because he couldn't get his own county to get on board with his idea. So now all of us are now facing to have to deal with yet another program that's coming in at taxpayer expenses, reaching back into their pockets. I'm really getting tired. We've got enough money in our budget. Our budget has ballooned. Especially MDOT's budget has ballooned in the recent 10 years. And we still are sitting here having this conversation, and we're seeing the same number of fatalities almost every year. Are we not, Doctor?
Yeah, 2023, the numbers went, or 2024, the numbers went down a little bit.
A little bit, but they're still around.
They are still, yes.
And have they always been pretty consistently between 500 and 600 for over a decade?
Yes, unfortunately they have.
And I would like to reiterate my earlier point. The budgeted dollars for safety improvements for vulnerable road users are different than expended dollars. The pedestrian safety action plan is in design, has had very little expenses, and hasn't been implemented. So they will not influence deaths on roads until they are.
Well, my feeling on this is that they're not going to influence it, that it's going to be another money grab by MDOT. And this is why I'm going to bring this up. Because part of the issue is I asked you about what is the objective criteria to operate in the best interest of the state. And obviously, at the end of the day, it's going to come back on you as the administrator, right?
The program is designed to reduce speeds, and we have seen that works, and we believe that will happen here. So yes.
Does it fall back on you? We're entrusting you as the administrator with the direction of where this program would go and where those funds would go.
The program is designed to reduce speeds on the most dangerous corridors in the state.
Who's entrusted with overseeing the functionality and the direction of the program?
The State Highway Administration, we would be. And
So the administrator,
I am the administrator of
which
State
is
Highway.
you.
That's correct.
Man, that was a hard one. Okay,
Hold on
so now that we have that.
Senator, just 1 second. How many witnesses are signed up on this bill? How many people are here to testify in this bill that are still here? Just the 3 of you now? Okay.
Just this panel.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's.
So so we're gonna go down another rabbit hole here because I've never gotten an answer from your office from before.
Okay.
About entrusting the administrator with certain things. Sure. So we entrusted the administrator to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, did we not, all times? But under your direction and under your leadership with the secretary, there was a compression pay scale that was enacted by your office, by your team, that is going to perpetually cost taxpayer more dollars under your guidance every year in perpetuity until it's fixed. And it's a reckless use of taxpayer dollars. I have still never seen the requested realignment, but I'm sure you're familiar with what I'm talking about on your compression pay scale, that you were entrusted with taxpayer dollars, seeing that we were going towards a financial cliff. Your office passed that compression pay scale when? April, May of last year?
To be candid, Senator, the personnel action that was taken related to compressions, I was not personally involved in that decision, and that is a personnel matter made through the Secretary's office, and I would have to refer you.
Hold on a second. Let's just keep the inquiry on the basis of the bill.
This is the relevancy of the bill, Mr. Chair, and I'll explain it.
Okay.
The relevancy is that the objective criteria of how this bill is going to be handled and administered is done in the best interest of the state by the administrator at his direction. And under this administrator's guidance and the current secretary's guidance, they passed and did a new pay scale for employees outside of BPW and outside of this body's approval after we closed last session. Did you not? Did MDOT change and do a compression pay scale without BPW approval or this body's approval after last May, before we were going to a financial cliff in July 1?
The department made a number of salary actions.
Oh, I know the other ones.
The reality is, again, that is made through the Secretary's office. I do not make that decision, and I have
Will
to
that
refer
compression
you-
pay scale continue to cost taxpayer dollars because of the way it was hastily put in place? Every year that a subordinate gets a pay raise, now their supervisor has to get a pay raise. Will it continue to cost taxpayer more every year because of that failed policy?
Mr. Administrator, okay. For the speed, where does the money from this go?
It goes
under the bill?
to state highway routes, highway safety projects, and system preservation projects for road safety.
So not the salaries or any other operational expenses?
I really do, I do not have control over personnel matters
I just want to make sure we're
for the
staying on
department.
just the four corners of the bill. I understand. Okay, so thank you very much. All right.
So I have one last question. In closing, this money, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, it's on the bill when it's about taxpayer dollars and how they're going to align them.
If it's not germane to the bill, please, Senator. If it's not,
It's germane to the idea of who oversees where the funding goes, and he was a part of that. He can sit here and say he wasn't now, but he was a part of it. So was the secretary, who's overseeing him today. So the money that's brought from this program, is it going to go towards the purple or red line? Could it go to that?
No, the bill limits it directly to state highway safety projects and system preservation projects.
System preservation such as?
Such as bridges that have necessary state of good repair needs to promote safety on our roads.
What about projects like older communities that have sidewalks deteriorating along what would be state highway corridors?
Generally speaking, under the existing law, sidewalk maintenance is left to a responsibility of the locals. That's the existing law.
If it's not an incorporated town?
If the current state law, maintenance of sidewalks is left to the jurisdiction where the sidewalk was installed.
So it'd be for the county if it's not an incorporated, even though it's at the intersection of two state routes?
I'm sorry, let me make sure I understand your question. It could be a municipality, it could be a county, it's not state highway.
All right, I'm going to cut this off right
here.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, further questions from the committee? Senator? Yeah, all right. All right, with that, I'm sorry, yes. Okay.
I just want to say that, this is far from a money grab. I would say this is about changing driver behavior, as we've heard it. Cameras do help, and the money doesn't go back to unnecessary things. It goes back to SHA, to traffic calming, to help these projects to make us safer. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thank you very much. All right. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 520. We'll now move on to Senator McKay, Senate Bill 397.
Uh-oh. Got the most important part. You ready? All right. Good afternoon. The better part of valor is discretion. That's taken from William Shakespeare's play, Henry IV, Part 1, Act 5, Scene 4. This is a witty way to justify the choice of wearing a helmet. Now that I have your attention, thank you. Senate Bill 397 has been heard in JPR many times. We are all familiar with the subject of helmet choice. Motorcycling is enjoyed by 86 million Americans and over 118,000 Marylanders. Now, Senate Bill 397 recognizes that motorcycles who have experience and the appropriate training should have the right to choose for themselves whether they want to wear a helmet. I would like to acknowledge the members of ABATE who are in the audience, who have tirelessly advocated for this choice and have waited long enough. You want to stand? Just wave, stand. They have been advocating this longer than I have been in the Maryland General Assembly. Those opposed to Senate Bill 397 will articulate concerns over traumatic brain injury and that motorcycle helmets can reduce the risk. Motorcycle helmets have crash ratings based on safety standards set by various organizations. The rating ensures that helmets meet specific impact protection. The U.S. Department of Transportation, Article FMVSS 218 regulation requires for helmets to be sold in the United States, ensuring basic impact absorption and penetration resistance. Now, a key point of the crash rating is that the impact exceeding 250 to 300 Gs can cause serious concussion, while 400 Gs is to consider the upper limit before catastrophic brain injury is almost certain. Now stay with me. Estimating the speed of G-force rating takes into consideration of acceleration, impact, velocity, gravity, and stopping at distance. So to summarize, 300 G's impact risk is at 15 to 21 miles an hour. 400 G's impact risk is at 18 to 25 miles per hour. In conclusion, helmets are highly effective up to 25 miles per hour. Up to 25 miles an hour. but prove limited life-saving protection beyond that speed. However, the safety also depends on the rider's awareness, protective gear, and impact conditions. So as you consider Senate Bill 397, this takes that all into consideration, and therefore I urge a favorable report. As a sidebar, hopefully, we will not have to present this legislation 75 times to at least get a vote in this committee. I'd like to turn it over to my panel and look forward to your questions.
Thank you to Senator McKay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Robert G. Spanberg, Jr. I'm the legislative representative for ABATE of Maryland, and I'm also the chairman of the board, a position I filled upon the passing of Gary Pappy Bauer, whom this legislation is named after. He was a very enthusiastic and passionate supporter of this legislation. I'll give you a brief historical synopsis. Prior to 1967, in the United States of America, there was no state, municipality, or territory that mandated helmet use. That came in 1966 as a part of a federal highway bill. Some states still refuse to mandate helmet use. There's 3 states, New Hampshire, California, and Iowa, that have never, Illinois and Iowa, that have never had mandatory helmet legislation. In 1979, the members of our organization, which started in 1974, managed to attain freedom of choice for Maryland motorcyclists, which we managed to hold on to for 13 years. Back then, this bill was people trying to mandate the helmets, and we'd come down here then too and argue our case. But since that time, there's really been no significant increase or decrease in fatality rates. We have a rather significant statistical package that we've brought around to your offices. If you all have not acquired it, we're up here every Monday night, as you can tell, and we'd be happy to supply that for any of you all that are interested. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and members of the JPR Committee. My name is Ken Eaton, and I am the Executive Director of ABATE of Maryland Incorporated. We are here in support of SB 397. I'm going to talk today about crash statistics. In Maryland, the data we present is average from the years 2018 through 2023. The data is compiled from the MDAT Crash Data Dashboard and the NHTSA National Crash Stats data. Now, I need you to listen very carefully. Motorcycles are not involved in 87% of the fatal crashes in Maryland. Motorcycles are also not involved in 97% of the injury crashes in Maryland. These numbers have absolutely nothing to do with any safety equipment. These crashes are happening regardless of what someone is wearing. This is also consistent with the national average, which is based on 33 non-helmet mandate states and 18 states and DC with a helmet mandate for all riders. What this says to me is that regardless of the helmet mandate status, motorcyclists die in serious crashes. It's also very interesting to note that nearly twice as many pedestrians die on Maryland roadways as do motorcyclists. In a similar situation for injury crashes, when you combine pedestrians and bicyclists, the group is 2.5 times more likely to experience an injury crash on Maryland roadways than motorcyclists. We would say that accident prevention is much more important in all of these categories. An accident prevented actually reduces fatalities and injuries. Motorcycle safety training, education, and awareness is how to achieve accident prevention. I've attached more detailed comparison of crash and injury data in my written testimony. You can please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions, and we urge the committee a favorable vote of SB 397.
We'll now hear from the opposition panel. Is Gary Schweitzbauer here, and then Brian Pugh.
Okay. Chair Smith and respected committee members, thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Gary Schwartzbauer. I'm the director of the State Neurotrauma Center at our Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center in Baltimore. And I oppose passage of Senate Bill 397. Patients arrive at shock trauma in a large receiving area called the Trauma Resuscitation Unit. There, the trauma attending carries a two-way radio where you can hear the incoming call for help from all around the state of Maryland. It gives me great pride to hear the attending say, shock trauma online, because I know those three words are a lifeline to the patient, and also know when I hear the three words, motorcycle crash, that lifeline is even more important. As a neurosurgeon, I am sometimes called upon to take the skull off a swollen brain of an injured motorcycle rider. The surgery, called a decompressive craniectomy, can be life-saving, but creates a large defect on the entire side of the head that's disfiguring and leaves the soft brain under the skin unprotected if they survive. Patients need to wear a protective helmet until the bone is put back on months later, if ever. So you can wear a helmet now or wear a helmet later. I'm haunted by a 10-year-old son. Excuse me, came to a dying patient's bedside asking innocently and repeatedly for his father to wake up, not knowing that moments before our care team had discussed with the family that the patient would die despite all we could do. He was an illegally unhelmeted motorcycle rider that lost control of his bike. The foundations of Senate Bill 397 are predicated on false assumptions as outlined in my written testimony. The mandatory motorcycle helmet law is not a freedom of choice. It's a matter of sound public policy. And all motorcycle helmet laws should remain intact. The Maryland Court of Appeals has also previously upheld the all-rider helmet law. I thank you for your time.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, members of the committee, my name is Brian Pugh, the Executive Director of the Brain Injury Association of Maryland, and I'm here in opposition to SB 397. The data is unequivocal. Motorcycle helmets save lives and prevent devastating injuries. We know that nationally, helmets reduce the risk of head injury by a staggering 69%, decrease the risk of death by 37% for operators and 41% for passengers. We know that in states that don't require the use of helmets, only 66% of the riders wear helmets, compared with 83% in states where they are required. We know that unhelmeted fatalities are nearly 8 times higher in states without universal helmet laws compared with states with universal helmet laws. And these are just statistics. They represent real people, mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters whose lives have been in fact impacted by the decisions that you make in this chamber. Beyond the human cost, the financial burden of motorcycle crashes is substantial. Helmets save communities millions in healthcare expenses annually. Conversely, repealing helmet laws places greater strain on our healthcare system with increased medical costs that can bankrupt families, which puts them at greater risk on a strain on public funds. Returning each year to make these arguments, I'm often reminded by conversations like the one that I had just last week with the rider of a Honda CBR 1000RR. He wanted to see if he could achieve the top speed of 185 miles an hour. He was able to hit 180 before he lost control of the bike and crashed. He was wearing a helmet. He spent almost 3 weeks in coma and another month in the hospital before being discharged for having no health insurance. Luckily, as a native Alaskan, he was able to return to Alaska to at least receive basic medical treatment. He reads aloud 2 hours each day to try and regain his ability to speak fluidly. Without the health care he was able to receive in Alaska, he's not sure where he or his family would be today. Maryland's universal motorcycle helmet law isn't about infringing on individual liberties, preventing people from making personal choices, or trying to disrupt the freedom of lifestyle. It's about preserving lives, preventing tragedies, promoting financial responsibility. We wish you would give an unfavorable report to 397.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Either one of you could maybe answer this question. Look, without a doubt, we are blessed to have shock trauma. We are leaders in this country for all the things that you do. So my question really doesn't have to do with my support of it, but just asking more in-depth questions about it. Same thing for you, Short, on these stories that are very, very gut-wrenching, and the families and the people that are involved. And to be perfectly honest, what you guys have to go through to see this day in and day out. But my question is for either shock trauma, statistics, or some of the stories that you had talked about, at any of those true stories, do we know how fast? We had a story about the one where the guy got trying to do 133. How many of these were 25 miles or less that they ended up with? Do you know of any that have been 25 miles or less with traumatic brain injury that have come either to shock trauma or?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's fair. I mean,
no, it's obviously in line with what you're. Sorry. Yeah, Senator McKay. So I don't know the exact answer to that, and in line with your prior statement, you know, if the argument is that why wear a helmet at all if it's not effective over 25 miles an hour, is assuming a completely linear collision. The worst and most common brain injury is a rotational injury. You don't have to hit anything. And so that argument goes out the window. Another analogy to that to me would be is why wear a Kevlar vest if you're facing armor-piercing bullets? Yeah. But hey, if I'm going out there, if someone's got a weapon, probably not a bad idea to have something, right?
So I guess my comment back would be that it just seems to me, in my opinion, that both of your all's opposition to this bill is not so much wearing a helmet as it is the risks of riding a motorcycle and being in an accident, that when you have X amount of pounds of cars and trucks coming at you or whatever, it's the unsafe speeds that is more about it. And that's my own opinion, but it just seems to me that your testimony would be against motorcycles in general, not necessarily when it comes to traumatic brain injury, and while a helmet being rated for 25 miles per hour or above.
No, I disagree. It's not what we're saying at all, Brian. I don't think we're saying that motorcycles are bad. You know, as a teen and preteen, I used to ride a dirt bike. You know, I get it. You know, the wind in your hair when I used to have hair and bugs in your teeth, all of that, and to be free. But I had a helmet. You know, I wore a helmet. If you're going to do something that you enjoy, and be free, however you categorize that, it's nice to be around tomorrow to do it again. That's what we're saying.
And I appreciate that and I understand that, but if you're going to be free, you probably should have a choice. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I think the Senator McKay's colloquy just replicated what I intended to do, so I don't need to ask questions. Thank you.
I'll just say, look, I thank God every day we live in Maryland, places like the shock trauma. So, doctor, thank you for what you do.
Thank you guys.
Look, I mean, you get injured anywhere in Maryland, you can be in shock trauma within an hour. So it's amazing anywhere in Maryland. So just thank you for what you do, and Thank you for your presence here today. All right. Seeing no further questions, that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 397. We'll now move on to Senator Fulton with Senate Bill 389.
Okay. This isn't from me, right? This has it been up there the whole time? Oh, okay. For the record, William Fulton, representing Frederick County. So what you have before you here today is SB 389. SB 389 deals with, oh man, I left my other one over there. So this bill would authorize to transfer a minor. We heard earlier about moving or arrested minors and keeping them in juvenile court and not having them heard in adult court first. What this does, this bill, simply put, it would create that if the court determines by clear and convincing evidence that an individual with whom a minor is convicted of committing an offense previously committed, a sex crime against the minor within 3 months before the offense for which the minor was convicted, that they would have the opportunity to have that remanded back to juvenile court. The long and short of this bill is this bill really pinpoints in on those that have been violated, our most vulnerable in our community, those juveniles that are being sex trafficked, that are being used in ways, and then they, in an effort to find their independence, in an effort to stand up for themselves and escape what they're facing, will sometimes resort to an aggressive action to find themselves free of their captor, basically. And because the law is very clear and it says that it's got to be an imminent threat, and we can look at that a lot of different ways, that an imminent threat means right now. But the reality is that there's some courts that are looking at it that even though the child is being sex trafficked, even though they're not in an imminent threat against bodily harm in that moment, they're still being held against their will, they're still being captive, and they're not being allowed. And so some courts are saying that they're not justified, if you will, to assault and flee those captors. So what this bill would do is those juveniles that are affected by this, and I'll let my panel leader here, she's wonderful at this and she deals with it all across the state, and let her, Emily Virgin, really point out the failures that we do for our children in a way that we can make this right, to make it safer for them to stand up and break free of who's holding them against their will. So with that, I would ask for your favorable report on SB 389. Thank you.
Ms. Salter, are you coming up?
You come on up.
I just wanted the picture of the public defender and human rights for kids.
Here, hold on.
With Senator Fulton in the middle.
That's right. That's right. And I still stand by my testimony earlier against the other juvenile bill.
So Robin Salter for the Office of Public Defender. I represent children all day, every day. They are one of my passions. I'm a mom. I'm actually in my community. But SB 389 acknowledges that youth, especially those who are exposed to trauma, should be offered treatment and rehabilitation instead of punishment and incarceration. Understanding the long-term results for youth who commit even serious crimes are best achieved in youth justice systems. This bill will achieve the research-driven goals and rehabilitation instead of exposing the most vulnerable youth, the most abused youth, to more punishment and more trauma in the adult incarceral system. We ask for a favorable report.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, for the record, I'm Emily Virgin, Director of Advocacy and Government Relations at Human Rights for Kids. This bill seeks to address, as the Senator referenced, a troubling trend that we have seen across the country, the prosecution of child victims of sex crimes and trafficking who have harmed their abusers. Many of these children receive lengthy sentences in adult court, including life without parole sentences, and because of this trend, other legislatures have taken action. The premise behind this legislation is simple. Children who have been trafficked or sexually abused who take action to escape their abuser should not be sentenced in an adult criminal court setting. If passed, this bill would allow but not mandate an adult court judge to send the child defendant to juvenile court for more appropriate sentencing and treatment if the defendant, the child, has proven by clear and convincing evidence that they were the victim of trafficking or abuse at the hands of the person who they are accused of harming. Grooming tactics and traumatic bonding, coupled with the fact that children's brains are not fully developed, prevent those children from understanding the consequences of their actions as it relates to people who have committed severe harms against them. While children who have been victimized have very real feelings of danger that are triggered by their abusers, as the Senator noted, self-defense laws don't always apply because they require, as the Senator noted, the threat of imminent harm. And even though a child feels that they are in danger, sometimes it is not imminent. The fact remains, though, that the child would not have committed a crime if it were not for their abuser or their trafficker having harmed them, and the law should focus on treatment, not punishment of that child victim. These children who are victims deserve our understanding and our empathy, and they don't deserve to be demonized and thrown away by the adult criminal justice system. We urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 389.
Thank you. I was looking at the written testimony from the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence and the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, who both have submitted testimony in opposition. It seems both of them, they kind of square in on the whole 3-month period. Would you mind talking about that? They say while they appreciate this bill has good intent and values, the desire to assist survivors and oppose the bill only with great reluctance. However, we respectfully suggest the language of this bill would not create sound
So,
policy.
Senator, thank you for that question. It's a great question. It's very valid. What I would say is, and I'll ask Emily to also give her knowledge-based response on this. But for me, as the one presenting this legislation, I would like to see that not be there. Quite honestly, we're trying to find something that's going to be, for this committee to have an appetite to at least try to move something forward to where it can be in the future even modified better. But for me, as far as I'm concerned, it's no different than the statute of limitations for certain crimes. If they've done that and you've been a part of that, I think what they're trying to do is show that since it's not an immediate threat, is that they're trying to show that there's some close proximity to the occurrence happening, that they still feel the angst and the anger towards their oppressor, I guess, is their captor, and that it's still within that reasonable window of justification to respond in that way. But again, I'm open to that. So when I read that, I thought the same thing, Senator. I'm okay. If that's what it takes to have them agree with this, I'm okay with lifting that or making it even a little bit longer. Where I would like to see is there's also one other area in there where the courts gave an informational one, and that's on me. That was something that I think may have been made aware of last year, and I just failed to make that modification in the simple language of which actual article it would be captured under. So, but those were two things that I felt exactly the same, and I don't know if you have anything additional, if there's other states doing something different.
No, I think the Senator explained it well. We would like for there not to be some time limit, that would be ideal. But when this bill came before this committee in the past, there were concerns expressed about there being too long of a time that passed between the victimization of the child and the criminal act that they commit. And so we landed on 3 months as sort of a compromise. But certainly if this committee wanted to eliminate that or lengthen that, we would be supportive.
And what about the other comment from the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence? They state, let's see, first, this would happen after a guilty verdict. It is more sound policy to have the fact finder, a judge or jury, consider whether a defendant was a victim of a sex crime or trafficking at the hands of the alleged victim as a part of the determination of guilt.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point, but there's nothing in this legislation that would prevent that fact from coming up during the guilt phase, during the fact-finding phase. And if the jury feels that that's enough to find the defendant, the child, not guilty, they certainly are entitled to do that. This would be in the instance where they feel that the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt and they find the defendant guilty. The court would still have the option, though, to recognize that the child was victimized and that they were a victim of trafficking or abuse and send them back to juvenile court. That's not an option that a jury would have during that guilt phase. And so it essentially provides another more flexible option, another bite at the apple, if you will, for the child.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I could just color in more of that for you. Not here in Maryland, but in another state some years ago, there was a young lady who was facing a life sentence for something that would fit narrowly under this. Her name is Centoya Brown. You guys probably have seen documentaries or you know of Centoya Brown. She's now been released from, I believe it's Ohio, the Ohio Correctional Center on a parole, I believe. And don't get me wrong, it might be parole, might be something else. However, what we have here is in a transfer hearing, when a young person goes to a transfer hearing, the hearing is not necessarily about the nature of the crime. It's about the young person. It's the young person's life on trial. Like, what has their circumstances been? What traumas have they experienced? What services have they received? And are those the qualifiers to transfer this case down to juvenile court? During that particular hearing, all the facts of the trial are not there yet. The witnesses haven't been called to testify. The history of the victim or the decedent aren't part of the record. That does not happen until the trial phase. So what a judge might learn at the transfer hearing where they deny transfer might be a whole lot different from what they learn during the actual trial phase. And then once there's a determination of guilt at the trial phase, then the judge can take into account all of that and decide, you know what, the story's a lot more than what we heard previously, and after all the facts have come out and been tested, this young person should get treatment and support in the juvenile court. So that's why we stand here with the senator supporting this bill. Additionally, I too, as well as the Office of the Public Defender, we took, issue with like, wait, 3 months? When we're talking about trafficking, that is a large scheme, and oftentimes it takes a very long time, even in federal court, to prosecute those cases. So this was a healthy meeting in the middle to recognize that we have children that are traumatized, that have experienced negative things and are still experiencing harsher penalties in the adult court. So we would support this, but we'd also support an extension of time or some other language either now or in the future that would expand this so that we can support more children who are being rescued and reviewed from trafficking organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to kind of wrap up on that, Senator, I just want to make, the advocacy that this panel has on these, the extenuating circumstances that, are horrific and most of us can't imagine, should be taken into consideration for that. We're talking about it still can be handled and held in court depending on the severity of an adult court of the crime, but the opportunity to be remanded back to allow them to get those services, because let's be honest, they've been through very traumatic experiences that none of us, thankfully, have had to endure, and that would be something that's a just response for someone that's been so traumatized. So with that, I would ask for your favorable report.
Just when you were saying that, it just triggered one last question.
Dang it.
If, quoting Run DMC, If this trafficked juvenile that you're attempting to send down to juvenile, if they committed a homicide, will they still be eligible under this bill?
They still be.
That would have this bill if they committed a homicide.
Yes, yeah, so that's correct. So this does create an additional avenue for kids who are not currently transfer eligible for a first-degree murder to go back down.
But it's in these very finely clean flight paths.
Very clear on that.
I understand. Thank you.
And now I'm going to Senator Folden, Senate Bill 387.
Thank you.
He's not kidding about today.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues, for the record, William Folden, representing District 4. SB 387 deals with correctional services transfer to federal authorities, undocumented immigrants, Protecting Marylanders from Violent Offenders Act of 2025. The horrendous murder of Rachel Morin, a mother of 5, by a subject that had been expelled 3 times prior to her homicide, to her murder, in 2023 has forever left an imprint on her Maryland community and all of us that are familiar with this and looked into this case. While there is comfort in the fact that the suspect is waiting trial, her family is forever changed. Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old autistic woman, was raped, tied up, and strangled with a phone cord by an MS-13 gang member who was here illegally and had only been here a couple months. Unfortunately, in Maryland, these cases are not unique. There was a lot of victims whose lives have been cut tragically short by violent criminals who were in this country illegally. Some of these victims include Jeremy Caceres, age 2, Limber Funes, age 15, and Danya Cruz Meja, age 18. This has to stop. Our state's lax immigration policies are reckless and a danger unnecessarily to Marylanders. According to a January 2025 Gonzalez poll, 76% of Marylanders across the political spectrum support cooperating with federal immigration officials. And to give you context on that, that same poll was conducted 5 years ago in January of 2020. Back then it was 63%, last month it was 76%. Those that opposed 5 years ago was 22%, those that opposed in Maryland now is 20%. And those that had no opinion one way or the other was 15% 5 years ago, now it's 4%. It's clear that it has gained national attention and that our communities are being preyed upon. The Protecting Marylanders from Violent Offenders Act of 2025 requires law enforcement and correctional officials to cooperate with federal immigration authorities and transfer undocumented immigrants to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security when requested if the undocumented immigrant offender was convicted of a violent crime, terrorism, participation in a criminal street gang, an aggravated felony such as trafficking or guns, firearms. This is not about fear-mongering. The numbers you've been presented here are facts. In 2024, Maryland had a 36-year-old Honduran, Madai Amaya, arrested. Maryland, as of September, I only had these numbers from up to September 16th of last year in 2024, there was 153 undocumented sex offenders arrested in Maryland. That means there are at least 153 or more victims of sex offenses by these individuals and this was completely avoidable. Mr. Amaya previously was deported in 2009 for rape. He was deported in 2013, deported in 2018, and re-entered again. 2 weeks prior to this incident in September, a 19-year-old unaccompanied minor entered, 2 weeks earlier, Henry Tobar, who was 19, and an unaccompanied minor that entered our country in 2019, December 2023, was charged with rape in Charles County and let go pending despite the ICE detainer requests. There's more of these. You can Google, it's very simple. You can go in your laptops, you can go in different media sources. It's happening all too frequently in our state. We've got incidents from Montgomery County of subjects being arrested and charged with firearm and drug trafficking who's not here legally and being released back out into the community only to be picked up a few months later for possession of a regulated firearm under 21, being sentenced to prison, then being released after 48 days. Then Howard County arrested the same individual, charged him with this accessory after the fact of first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact of second-degree murder. They convicted him of this charge on February 16th of 23, sentenced him to 10 years in prison to be followed by 3 years of supervised probation. The court suspended all but 18 months of the prison sentence, and on October 5th of 2023, Baltimore ICE lodged an immigration detainer against Gombo with the Howard County Department of Corrections in Jessup, and the Howard County Department of Corrections in Jessup refused to honor the immigration detainer and released him back into our community. Is this the community? Is this how you want your communities to be, with people who have no documentation, no accountability? The only documentation they have in this country is their arrest record. It's time to keep our communities safe, and the time to act is now. The continued refusal of our local governments to comply with federal detainer requests leading to the death, rapes, assaults of Marylanders presents, in my opinion, negligence and liability for the state, knowingly allowing these dangerous non-citizen predators back on our streets without appropriate oversight. And with that, I would ask for your favorable report on SB 387. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Senator. Questions from the committee? Senator Sidnor.
Thank you. I'm curious. When I was looking at the references to federal, I've been trying to go through the federal laws that were referenced.
Sure.
And I'm wondering, why did you use a federal reference rather than state references? Did we not have?
I'm sorry.
Did we not have state references to? Aggravated felony. Does the state not have a definition or defined term for aggravated felony?
I don't know what. So this bill is asking about.
So on page 2, line 8 and 9, you say the person has been convicted of an aggravated felony as defined by 2 U.S.C. section 1101. And I went to find that, and it's a whole lot of stuff. And I'm wondering, does the state not already have a definition for an aggravated felony that could have been used?
So the state doesn't, as far as I know, the state has different felonies, but they don't have like the aggravated felonies. You've got these factors and this is what you committed. The term aggravated felony is, I guess that's the one that's only found in the U.S. Code.
So would this person would they have had to have been convicted? And I guess with the federal references, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I understand.
Were they convicted at the federal level for aggravated felony? Because a state
No. And what I'm saying is, I understand that. I understand that, and that's a great question. So
I'm just trying to understand your intent.
Pardon?
I was just trying to understand your intent.
Yeah, so the intent is to have it to where it doesn't, we don't want to have it where the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement is coming in on state-only charges, if you will, right? Like these violations are in the code, in the U.S. code. That allows them and gives them the authority to come in and detain on the detainer of that subject.
So this would only be for federal charges?
So my understanding of the way the term works is there is a list in federal law of federal offenses that constitute aggravated felonies.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is whether a state offense, the elements of the state offense are
captured,
substantially similar to the federal offense,
Yeah.
which sometimes might require litigation for each individual offense. But once it's been litigated, a state offense is either an aggravated felony or it's not.
Gotcha. So that's your intent?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. So they're incarcerated under one of these offenses. This bill would then allow us to hand the person over to the federal government if the federal government wanted to hold them. So the state spends a significant amount of resources to prosecute this person and to hold that person accountable in its facilities.
Correct.
So why would the state have an interest in handing someone over rather than?
So when they're completing the sentence, the detainer would be then honored, I guess.
So this is after they've served?
Yeah, once they've served their time, then they get the detainer. ICE comes, picks them up, and takes them back. And that's one of the, federal law, and this is one of the things, I'm glad you brought it up, that I missed, I forgot to bring up, which was federal law, and this was under the AG's opinion that they wrote in. On page 4, it talks about rather federal law only requires that state and local governments not bar, oh shucks, no, that's not it. Here it is. Immigration detainers on page 5 are requests only. Local officials are not obligated to honor them. And in fact, according to the AG, he wants to say they risk violating constitutional rights by doing so. And what I would say is that is not the case. In fact, a person that's incarcerated for any of these aggravating offenses, and they're very specific and they're egregious against our communities while they're incarcerated, it's a simple ask of having that detention facility make the notification or honor the request from ICE's detainer to say, hey, we're coming to pick this person up in 48 hours, because it's a 48-hour detainer. Let's be very clear about that. And they'll go and pick them up, and then it's handled at the federal level. But what we're seeing a lot of is certain jurisdictions in our state are not complying with the request. They're saying, well, this is just a request. We're not going to do it because the AG says we don't have to. And even though it's federal agencies coming in and asking this, and then they're releasing them back out, and this whole thing with even the AGs, on one of the things they talk about on page 3 is there's a lot of, I'll just say broad interpretive measures that are put into this language by the AG. And when it talks about, the Maryland Criminal Procedures Act broadly prohibits law enforcement agents from inquiring about an individual's citizenship, immigration status, or place of birth during a stop, search, or an arrest while engaging in the performance of regular police functions. Well, when you look at regular police functions and you go and reference it in the back in the footnotes of their statement piece, they're talking about correctional officers. They're not even talking about cops. They're referencing correctional officers. So there's a little bit of things that could have been done a little more clearly, and I appreciate them submitting that, but it's clear that we as a community are within the right and should be looking to protect our citizens as best we can, and we just have some municipalities or some agencies or counties that are going to be like, no, we don't believe in this, we don't want to do this. But the referendum on keeping our community safe has been very powerful in the past year, and it has been a very divisive point to a degree. This bill is simply talking about these people are already under arrest. We're not talking about going and rounding up anybody. We're not talking about any of these operations like that. We're talking about those subjects that have already been placed under arrest, that have been convicted, and that ICE is allowed, that these local jurisdictions work with ICE to have them removed. That's it. I'm not talking about roundups.
And I think I have two more questions.
Yes, sir.
One, on second page, line 5, used the term intentionally participated in terms of a criminal street gang. And I'm curious, so if because this is one of the, 2 of the 4 require some sort of a conviction. The other 2 don't.
Right.
This is one that doesn't. So
right.
Intentionally participated in a criminal street gang. Many times you hear about youth who feel like they've been made to be a part of gangs. So I mean, is that the purpose of this distinction that you were trying to draw between intentionally and just participation?
We're talking about those that are in these gangs that are at higher levels, that are there for the purposes of delivering trafficking, whether it's human or drugs, and or firearms. Like these levels that they're dealing with when they are brought into our communities, and like MS-13 and 18th Street, all these different areas that are coming in, but more predominantly, you got MS-13 that comes in and they kind of infiltrate into these areas. They're a very vicious group. I've seen the effects. I've seen the exactly what happens to people that go against them, and we deserve to keep our communities clear of that as best we can.
And the last question that I had for you, why did you choose 2 points that have convictions and the other 2, I would call them mere allegations?
So that would, you're referencing
the prongs that you set forth on how individuals can be.
Clarify this real quick.
Yeah.
Well, just that, I was just wanted to point out that in the lead-in language, you do have to be serving a sentence for a conviction of some kind, and then essentially on top of that, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be in addition to some criminal conviction.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Josh.
So I'm incarcerated, but the United States Department of Homeland Security then has to.
They still have to build the case to show that you're a part of one of these.
That I'm engaged in or suspected of terror. So, but that's without trial. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
So they're undocumented. They're incarcerated for another offense, and through the investigative tools that they have available to them, they're determined to be a part of this, either a terrorism network or a part of this gang activity. Then yes, upon the completion of their sentence, they could be removed and deported.
And again, I'm looking at 1, has engaged in or is suspected of terrorism or espionage or otherwise pose a danger to national security.
Sure.
No conviction is necessary, but just the.
But they already are under arrest for another offense, incarcerated for another offense.
And then the other one is at least 16 years old and intentionally participated in a criminal street gang. So I mean, which is, again, is separate and apart from the has been convicted of an offense.
Well, those would be incarcerated for another offense, and then there would be additional factors to show and justify that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I was going to say, look, I didn't want to go into this, but it's interesting because the bill, like what's actually happening right now, like what would you say the most progressive jurisdiction in Maryland would be? What county?
The most progressive?
Yeah. What county?
Montgomery.
What would be second?
Probably Baltimore City.
Or Prince George's, close by.
Prince George's.
Those jurisdictions have, I mean, I think Mr. Elliston, they are, I think, cooperating pretty holistically on, at least Montgomery County, I'd say prolific cooperation.
On what's that, Chair?
On honoring ICE.
They're starting to honor them now, but there was a time where that wasn't the case, and that's.
I'm saying, but even for just arrest, not even conviction. which is
And I don't, and that's not what the intent of this is.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, the reality, it's almost, I mean, like,
Especially when
what's actually happening right now is actually farther than this bill.
Yeah, and so what we're trying to do is some of the more egregious offenses, the firearms, the trafficking, and things of that. I mean, that's what this is trying to capture, to keep our communities as safe as we can.
Yeah. Further questions from the committee? Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've got Mr. Ellison signed up for informational purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for your consideration of the bill. I'd like to, as the chairman pointed out, Maryland has made tremendous strides towards a more cooperative environment. When I took my post in 2022, 78% of people who lived in this state lived in a sanctuary jurisdiction. It was 7% with just Howard County being the one sanctuary location. Prince George's County has now fallen off and gone back to a sanctuary posture. Last week, my officers went and arrested an MS-13 gangbanger who had just been released and been arrested for carrying a firearm while in the possession of narcotics for sale. And Prince George's County released them back to the street. So these are some of the things that, we're hoping to stop. I am very proud of all the work that we've done here in Maryland to make sure that these violent offenders are now being transferred over. And as the chairman mentioned, Montgomery County is a phenomenal partner for us. And in the year and few months that we've been working together, Montgomery County has seen a 50% decrease in their violent crime statistics. There are numerous examples from across the state. We're working with immigration and making sure that these violent offenders do not go back onto the street leads to safer communities. The proof is there, especially when it comes to Montgomery County. I will say that by and large, the communities in Maryland work well with ICE. And I think one of those reasons is, 2 years ago, we had 153 sex offenders arrested. Last year, we beat that at 175. So far this year, we're at 71 sex offenders have been arrested since October 1st. We're looking to beat last year's record as well. I would say it's through no fault of, any individual location, except for I have 2 counties that are really the problem. By and large, and especially the state penal system works with us very well, and we work hand in hand as much as we can, and I really appreciate the work that Maryland has done.
If you're willing to say what counties.
I'm sorry?
If you're willing to say which counties are you?
Howard County and Prince George's County are our biggest issues. Howard County has a hard sanctuary line. Prince George, we had an agreement that we were working together, and they have now pulled back since the start of the new administration.
Senator, I've got a couple questions to follow up, but I'll save mine for last. So Senator Henson and then Senator Walsh-Riker.
Mine is very simple, Mr. Chair. I would just like to have the proper context for your testimony. So would you mind introducing yourself
Absolutely.
and where you're from, just so that I know?
Matt Ellison. I am the Field Office Director for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Baltimore Field Office. I have oversight over the state of Maryland.
Thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I was wondering, to what do you attribute Montgomery County's change of heart? I've seen it from afar, but I don't know what happened.
Yeah, so regrettably, there was a pretty terrible case where somebody was arrested and incarcerated by Montgomery Police Department, then released. That person then went out and sexually assaulted a 12-year-old girl. I made a public statement about it and a press release, and as the Gonzalez poll shows, the people of Maryland disagree with releasing offenders back out into the general population. So the county executive and I got together and discussed how we would change policy in order to make sure that Maryland was a safer place. And since that time period, we've worked so well together, making sure these MS-13 members, Tren de Aragua, the violent offenders do not go back out on the street, the sex offenders to go victimize the population. That is one of the biggest issues that have brought that 50% decrease in violent crime to the county. I would love to be able to stand here and say that we had similar success in other jurisdictions. However, the cooperation in a place like Prince George's County is just not there.
Good afternoon. I have a question for you, but it's off this bill, so I was hoping that after this hearing I might be able to speak with
Absolutely. I'm more than happy. And if anybody, again, I am your representative to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. If at any point any one of you from the committee wants to speak with me about anything, if you want to know more about aggravated felony and the definition and why you would use that over something else as it pertains to the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1996, like I'm your expert to ask all those questions. I want to work as closely with this committee as I can to make sure that we can all make sure that Maryland is the safest place we can make it.
No, I appreciate it. So, I mean, we had a good conversation, I think, last week. And then I took council and Senator James up to Hartford County because they were one of the 287G counties, just to understand how that program worked. I know we were supposed to link up there, but we were able to connect down here. We got a kind of a deeper dive into how it functioned. Just wanted to, just informational. I think everyone is very much interested in ensuring that, violent folks are off the streets and everything, regardless of their immigration status. But, I understand your function. And, one of the concerns, and actually I was thinking about this, almost having like a briefing after I met you, because I was like, we should have a briefing because this is like actually a pretty hot topic and very important. But this could satisfy for that, for me at least. And then I know you've offered your connection.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever I could do to help the committee out, I want to make sure that you have all of the information that you need to make informed decisions for the state.
So the question is then for the administration, federal administration, obviously there's a phrase that the worst first or whatever, and then broaden the aperture a little bit to get folks that have detainers or that are somehow connected in the system and have absconded, and then the aperture even broadens farther. My major concern was just for the collateral damage and for the collateral consequences for folks that may be here undocumented and may live with someone or associate with someone that has a violent criminal past but is not a criminal themselves, getting swept up into the mix. How does that practically play out here in Maryland? Because that's my concern.
So that is something that is currently happening, yes. So what we do is, it's the worst go first. So this morning is a great example. We targeted a very prominent member of MS-13, arguably one of the highest ranking in the state, if not the East Coast of the United States. In that, there were 4 people with him in his apartment. All 4 of those people got arrested. They were all here, unlawfully. What I would tell anyone is if your cousin is a member of MS-13 or they're a sex offender, that is Baltimore field office's bread and butter. So we are looking for those people first and foremost. And, with the administration's goals and objectives, if you're sitting in the room next to that person, we're probably going to interview you and we may take you as well. One of the things that I'd like to say, especially, to the legislature when you're talking about how the state works with ICE, making sure that we are using the 287G programs and I'm putting resources towards those and towards the correctional environment, that is less officers that I have on the street than making those collateral arrests. It's one of the things that we discussed with, dignity not detention. By removing detention from the state of Maryland, 30% of my staff used to work in that detained environment, and now they are out on the street making arrests. So if we did have some sort of limited detention here in the state, that would be, a resource allocation. I would have to put them back, to deal with the criminals who are in jail as opposed to being on the street making those collateral arrests that can be, politically divisive.
Is it the administration's intent to go after folks who are here undocumented but are otherwise adhering to the law?
So we're using a priority-based approach, and I will say that, over the last 10 years, we have so many thousands of people who have committed some sort of criminal act, who are in the streets of Maryland. I find it highly unlikely that over the course of the next 4 years, we would exhaust all of our criminal targets and then, move on to just strictly non-criminal enforcement. I would find that to be unlikely, given the size of my office and the amount of staff I have and the backload of cases to work. And especially as, Howard and Prince George's County continue to release violent offenders back onto the street, we're adding to that every day. We were out conducting another operation when we heard that that MS-13 member had been released, and we had to divert what we were doing to go out and get him because, I mean, he's not leaving jail to go teach Sunday school, right? He's going out there to reoffend and hurt somebody. You know, he was caught with a large amount of narcotics and a firearm. And, you know, that's something that I will put every resource that I have at my disposal towards. And we will continue to prioritize the safety of the people of Maryland. You know, we will faithfully fulfill the execution of the president's orders to arrest, you know, anyone we come across who's unlawfully in the United States. But we're going to do so in a manner in keeping with public safety. That's, you know, the worst go first. We will prioritize our resources for public safety first.
Senator Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To take us back, I was curious about your comments on Montgomery County. And I believe you said that Montgomery County has reduced its violent crime by 50%. Was it your testimony that it's all because of the work you're doing or because of what Montgomery County is doing overall that they're
The Montgomery County Police Department does a great job. They're a phenomenal agency. I will say that we are a large part of that. If you look at what changed overall in law enforcement in Montgomery County, they did make some changes, and I would say the biggest one they made was starting to work with us. And it goes to reason if you arrest someone who's a violent criminal and then they're removed from the community and removed from the country, that is someone who is now then not going out to re-victimize other people. So, you know, it would be difficult for us to put a percentage of like what was the ICE portion and what was the, you know, the great work of the Montgomery County, you know, drug task force or their HIDTA task force. I would say that collectively, you know, they saw one of the largest decreases in violent crime in the country. And one of the biggest changes they made is they came back to the table to start working with us.
Got it. Thank you. Because I know they've done a number of things.
No, they've done a bunch of stuff.
They've been working very,
yeah.
very hard. So I
Yeah,
just wanted to make sure that it was clear.
I mean, you're done. Yeah. No, it was interesting because we were talking about this again. Would that mean that the detainer is going to be invoked after the person does their term of incarceration, or are they going to be whisked away before we get to incarcerate them for whatever offense that they've been convicted of?
Are you talking about current state or as regard to the legislation?
Current state.
So current state, it really depends on what the bond hearing would say. So a lot of what happens for us, let's say you get, a person arrested for domestic violence, right? They get brought into the jail. Usually they'd be out, in a couple days. We put a detainer on that individual, and it is my stance for my office that we will take custody of that person the second we can, because the last thing I'm going to do is stand by while they go home and finish the job and continue to abuse their spouse. We will take them into custody and put them in removal proceedings to remove them from the country.
Thank you. Since this kind of has gone a little bit.
Yeah, free forum, man. Let's do it. Let's let it roll.
And I really appreciate this because one of the things just a few days ago in Baltimore County, it was reported about a young student at Franklin High School who said he was stopped by ICE. And would you mind speaking to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, that did not happen. My internal investigations is going out to interview him about it. The one thing that I hope for, I don't want to say I hope for this. What I'll say is there's a possibility that it was an imposter. I would like to think that this young man didn't make it up for, social reasons. But my internal investigations staff is going to run it to ground. I could tell you definitively no one from my staff was even in the city that day. And also, in the 20 years I've been doing this job, I have yet to stop someone and start the conversation with, are you an American citizen? That sounds like something that someone who doesn't know this job might say. Mm-hmm. That being said, Immigration and Customs Enforcement does targeted enforcement operations. If we're stopping someone, we already know who you are.
Gotcha.
So like we don't do arbitrary sweeps or enforcement raids. That's not something we've ever done. So, you know, I find it highly, highly improbable that a member of my staff or really any federal law enforcement officer stopped this kid and the first question out of their mouth was, "Are you an American citizen?"
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I genuinely hope that my internal investigation staff, if someone did stop him and that actually did happen, we take imposters as the highest seriousness of any offense, and we will prosecute that person to the fullest extent of the law.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's something that we absolutely will not tolerate. And we will make sure that if someone did stop him and pretending to be an ICE agent, we will find out who it was.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your being here. I appreciate the chair's indulgence as this kind of turns into a briefing about not this bill, but so I wanted to go.
Well, I'm glad you guys put me towards the end of the schedule, so we had a little extra time.
No, I mean, a lot of these are
Yeah.
on the bill, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like, and the bill goes into place and it's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of related, but also kind of related to what Senator Sednor said, which is this question of sensitive spaces. And so I understand the analogy that's been made, and I'm empathetic with it, that so for non-ICE law enforcement, if we were just to analogize what might happen at a school, which is a sensitive place, if there were an active shooter, police, traditional police would be able to go on site without permission and without a warrant. If there were a judicially approved warrant, they would be able to go on site and the school couldn't refuse them entry. They have a warrant in which they can, a judicially approved warrant in which they could enter the sensitive space. Where the analogy breaks down a little bit and where the middle ground where I am a little unclear is your detainers are not judicial detainers. They are not the equivalent of a law enforcement warrant. So if there was an imminent threat, you could go on. If you had a warrant to arrest someone for immigration purposes, you could go on. But when you have an administrative detention document that has been created internally, does a sensitive place, a school, a privately owned church, a synagogue, have the ability to refuse you entry?
So a couple different things there. So an immigration detainer is for a custodial setting in another law enforcement agency. That's its only context. So I will also go as far as to say, when we removed our sensitive location policy, it was for two reasons and two reasons alone. What we had found throughout the country is because of our sensitive location policy was so broad, it didn't cover just the building. It wasn't like, okay, you're not going to do an enforcement action at a school. It was anything around a school. So what we found is that people who you would not want living by a school would purposefully seek out housing next to schools and churches, thinking it would avoid ICE contact for them. We found so many sex offenders living directly across the street from elementary schools, knowing that we wouldn't be able to go find them. So that was the number one purpose of removing that. And our second purpose was what we don't want by having that aperture, which we've had for years, and we've come across this in the last Trump administration, where people, while they're, once they identify that we're there, they will run for schools and run into churches. Now, the Constitution of the United States allows me to follow them in a hot pursuit, which, is an exception to the Fourth Amendment. But we had a policy restricting it. So what we ended up happening is we had a felon living in a church, and we were kind of handcuffed of like not going in there after them and having this like quasi, 1500s, Quasimodo sanctuary thing. And we just don't want that to ever happen again. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, speaking about your point about active shooters, Immigration and Customs Enforcement is given special designation by U.S. law to stop active shooters. It's us and the Secret Service. I will say in my 17 and a half years in federal law enforcement, I have been to a school one time. It was in Newport Beach, California, and it was to respond to an active shooter.
So I understand all of that, even as I don't necessarily agree with all aspects of the policy change, but I understand what you're saying from a policy point of view. I guess my question was a more specific legal one. And trust me, if you can't answer it, there's no worries. I guess, with the policy gone of the previous administration, I'm comfortable legally that you can go onto grounds with exigency, and I'm comfortable legally that you can now go onto sensitive grounds with a judicially approved warrant. I guess my question is, absent those two things, is it your legal contention that if there were someone who met the criteria that you've described
so
here,
I
that
think I
you
know
could
what
go
you're
onto
saying.
private
Could I make a
grounds?
probable cause arrest out of school? Yes.
So,
Would I? No.
okay.
But like, legally, is it permissible? Yes.
Is it permissible even where your entry is refused? In other words, if you were to looking to make arrest with probable cause, but no warrant and no exigency, and the school refused you entry, do you believe it is your legal right to make entry regardless of the refusal of the private property owner?
Well, it would depend if it's private or public property. So I would say that at a high school, and this is, again, I want to be very clear about this. This is like just a legal quandary, and that would be about it. I will double and triple down on the fact that my officers are not going onto school campuses to make arrests, and that Immigration and Customs Enforcement does not have juvenile detention. So some of the wild accusations that we've been on school campuses looking for people, one, wildly misguided and untrue, because even if we were to arrest a child, we would have nowhere to put them. So we're not in the business of arresting kids. I would say that like a public building, it gets public funding, a lot of which from the Department of Education. I find it highly improbable that there would be some sort of legal statute to prohibit me from going on to a campus. I would also say that, like anything else, if I have a lawful right to be there and I'm making a lawful arrest and some government entity tried to stop me, they would be possibly in putting themselves in risk of impeding. It's something that I actually recently had a meeting with the United States Attorney's Office about how we would handle, there's been a politician in the state who's made statements that they're not going to allow this to happen, and what our plan would be if they tried to actually physically stop us. And what the plan from the U.S. government would be. I would say, again, this is all very hypothetical. We have no intention of going on schools. We actually had an update to the sensitive location policy that now it needs a second line supervisor's approval. But again, it's just not something we're going to be doing. We don't have detention for children. We are not making those arrests. And if we were to even consider, let's take a teacher, for example, to make it, more realistic. Let's say that there was a teacher convicted of possession for child pornography and that I really wanted to go arrest them. I would do that at their home. Because the idea of doing it at a school seems wildly dangerous to me, right? You have so many kids that could be affected by it. God forbid, the person we're trying to arrest pulls out a gun. Now I'm in a shootout in the middle of a school campus. Like, we won't do that. That's not something we've ever done. We will not do that to this day. I had a meeting with every state superintendent in the state, and I gave them my personal cell phone number and said, hey, if someone comes to your school claiming to be an ICE agent, you give me a call. And you know what? In the 2 weeks, my phone has yet to ring. And in this age of, social media where everybody has a camera on their phone, there's been a lot of allegations that we've been at schools, but miraculously no pictures or videos, which is wild since everybody's phone has a camera. So I say all that to say, like, we're not doing that. And the, fake reporting of it has been detrimental really to, the argument of what we're actually doing, which is, arresting those terrible people. Like 71 sex offenders so far this year, 175 last year, 153 the year before. The Baltimore field office of ICE is the leading field office in the country at arresting sex offenders. We did more last year than the bottom 19 of the 25 field offices combined. So, I just want to be very clear about the way we prioritize our cases, and to let you all know that people should not be afraid to go to school. We are not taking enforcement actions at schools. It would only be if somebody in a hot pursuit, if somebody tried to run into a school with my officers, then pursue them. We did have a case last week where an individual was criminally arrested for arms trafficking and they were working as a subcontractor of a school district. But you know, the staff from Homeland Security went to the district office, right, not to the school where the guy was working at. You know, I would say that we will continue and always have, we're professional law enforcement officers who have no interest in terrorizing children.
No, I mean, we're going to pass the sensitive locations bill, which obviously requires consultation with all the stakeholders involved, yourself included, the Attorney General, and, you know, to understand that. And obviously, federal law trumps state law, so everyone understands that. But these elections have consequences, so. All right. Questions from the committee? Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we'll now turn on to the opposition panel. Stephanie Wolf.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Wolf. I'm the Director of Immigration Services at the Maryland Office of the Public Defender, and we respectfully request that the committee return an unfavorable report on SB 387. This bill would give ICE the power to use Maryland's criminal legal system as an easy reservoir from which to draw for mass deportation efforts. It is unnecessary. As Mr. Ellison said, those sentenced to prison for serious offenses are already routinely arrested by ICE at the conclusion of their sentences. And this bill places a significant burden on state and local correctional officers to make complex factual and legal determinations that are outside their area of expertise, risking mistakes that threaten the civil liberties of Marylanders. I want to highlight just two of the problems which Senator Sidnor alluded to earlier that come from the broad language of this bill. First, who is going to decide who is an undocumented immigrant? The term is not defined, and it is not self-explanatory. My understanding is that the Department of Homeland Security no longer uses that term. They have shifted to illegal alien. And corrections officers cannot reasonably be expected to know what undocumented means, much less to investigate an individual's particular status. A corrections officer is not likely to understand, for example, that a person with an expired green card is still a permanent resident, but a person with a current work authorization may or may not have legal status. Relying on correctional officers to interpret this ambiguous term invites serious errors. The second question is, who's going to determine whether a person has intentionally participated in a criminal street gang, who has been convicted of an aggravated felony, or who otherwise poses a danger to national security? Again, these determinations cannot reasonably be delegated to correctional officers. The question of what constitutes an aggravated felony routinely confounds federal judges. And the COs are certainly not in a position to definitively assess gang membership or national security threats. But the alternative, reliance on ICE's unverified assertions, renders this bill incredibly broad, giving ICE the power to take custody of people serving even short sentences for even minor Maryland offenses, simply by invoking one of a few very flexible phrases. Recent federal actions and rhetoric suggest that DHS will use this power.
Hey, sorry, the time's expired. I just want to make sure, if there are questions from the committee, just out of fairness for all the other witnesses.
Understood.
Questions from the committee? Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 387. We'll now move on to Senator Love with Senate Bill 385.
There we go. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, remaining members of JPR. For the record, I am Sarah Love, here to present SB 385. We've talked a little bit about vulnerable road users earlier today. That definition came through legislation sponsored by the Vice Chair and my cross-file on this bill, Delegate Stein, in 2021. A vulnerable road user is each and every one of us. Pedestrians, cyclists, wheelchair users, those with a disability, first responders, road workers, essentially anyone lawfully outside of a car on a roadway. SB 385 builds on prior legislation aimed at reducing the number of vulnerable road users, injuries, and deaths. The bill aligns the penalty for those convicted of causing injury or death of a vulnerable road user with those convicted of causing the injury or death of a cyclist in a bike lane, up to 2 months in jail and/or a fine of $2,000. Last year, you all may remember, I sponsored, Senator Kelly was the cross-file of the Sarah Debbing Langenkamp Memorial Act, which changed the penalty for killing a cyclist in a bike lane. And the purpose of that was to send the clear message that Maryland takes traffic crashes involving cyclists seriously. This legislation, again, sends the message that Maryland takes these crashes seriously, and it allows for a similar penalty. And for your convenience, I added a little cheat sheet at the end of my testimony that talks about 3 similar statutes in the Transportation Code. By extending the same maximum penalty for drivers convicted of striking causing the serious injury or death of a cyclist in a bike lane to all vulnerable road users, SB 385 is the next logical step in encouraging safer driving, preventing deaths, and continuing to make progress toward our Vision Zero goal of eliminating all traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2030. For these reasons, I respectfully request your favorable report, and I will turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you, Senator Love, for your sponsorship of SB 385. My name is Nigel Samaru. I'm on the board of Bike Maryland, the chair of advocacy of the Baltimore Bicycling Club, and an appointed member of the Maryland Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Members of the committee, many of you I know and are familiar with my story dating back to 2017. But for those who do not, allow me to briefly summarize. In 2017, while riding my bike, I was T-boned by a driver in a minivan, suffered a broken neck, and right-sided paralysis. I have recovered function of my right side, but will have lifelong 24/7 health effects as a result of that crash, effects which have forced me to retire from a career in cancer. The driver that day admitted he saw me and wanted to beat me to make his left turn onto northbound 29. Since that year, I've seen an increasing rise in fatalities on our roadways, with many of those vulnerable road users. In 2020, I was part of a group of 7 friends who were riding back from Sandy Point State Park when we were hit by an impaired driver, resulting in the death of my close friend, critical injuries to another, and injuries to my wife. Last year in Maryland, as you've heard, there were over 550 traffic fatalities. Over 40% of these fatalities were VRUs that included 140 pedestrians, 90 motorcyclists, and 10 bicyclists. So why amend the current Maryland VRU law? Well, we need consistency in the laws that protect VRUs. We need to deter drivers from driving their vehicles carelessly, especially around VRUs. And we also have Maryland's commitment to Vision Zero. I ask for a favorable report from the committee for Senate Bill 385. Thank you for your time.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee, John Corrin, Bicycle Advocates for Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, but today speaking on behalf of a broad coalition of not only bicycle advocates from across the state of Maryland, but also the National Federation of the Blind signed on because they are perhaps among the most vulnerable of vulnerable road users. And so we speak for all categories of VRUs. We now have a situation where driver A could hit and injure a person walking in a crosswalk or a cyclist biking in a bike lane, and driver B, with the same degree of negligence, could hit and kill a cyclist in the shoulder where there is no bike lane, or a person walking a shoulder where there is no sidewalk and not face the same menu of penalties. So this takes us from two specific cases of VRU, of one type of VRU in one place, another type of VRU in another place, and applies equally the menu of penalties to all VRUs in all lawful places. So we think this is important to protect VRUs, to provide just the possibility of a modicum of justice for the victim, or worse, the victim's families when the victim is killed, to deter by raising the duty of care that drivers take when in the vicinity of VRUs, and as has been said many times, to fulfill the Vision Zero goals of Maryland, along with all of the other countermeasures, road design, technology, speed enforcement, dealing with impairment, and so forth. So we ask for your favorable view of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for your edification, I was spending a good amount of time trying to figure out what a VRU was. So most of us don't know those acronyms, so I would just...
Vulnerable road user.
Oh, yeah, he had mentioned it, but I'm just saying it took me time looking, and so instead of listening, I'm trying to figure out what a VRU so I could understand your testimony. One of the questions that I have with this particular statute, I was wondering, it talks about an individual operating a motor vehicle. Could this could, and I'm asking this because I don't remember, could a motor vehicle be, it goes beyond a car and a motorcycle, could it be a bicycle that's motorized? Or these devices that people are getting on to zoom down sidewalks?
I believe that's a defined term, so I'm going to look to counsel for that answer.
Okay, got you.
Maybe?
And the reason I put my question, I'm just trying to figure out the universe here that we're talking about for this particular statute.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably the best way to answer the question is to take what motor vehicle does not include in the code, which is a moped, a motor scooter, an electric bicycle, an electric low-speed scooter, or a personal delivery device.
That helps. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. So as I read this bill, it looks to me like almost like a strict liability crime. There's no culpability involved. It just is, it says an individual may not cause the serious physical injury or death of a vulnerable individual as a result of operating a vehicle in violation of any provision of this title. I'm looking to try to find the provisions of the title that's talked about, and there don't appear to be any particular ones. It's just that you happen to impact somebody, and if you do, then you can be imprisoned for not exceeding 2 months. Is that what the intent of the bill is?
So you're reading current code.
Yeah.
With may not cause serious injury or death. So what we're doing is we're changing the penalty to align it with other sections of the transportation code. Remember, this is all in the transportation code, and there are other things that might apply that they could be charged with in other situations.
But for the first time, you're importing a penal period of up to 2 months.
It's not the first time, no.
Well,
in Transportation 21-502, pedestrians in crosswalks has that same penalty. And then last year, we passed an amendment to 21-1209, striking a cyclist in a bike lane.
Well, that's the first time there's been an imprisonment component of this particular section.
With the VRU statute, yes.
Right.
And we're aligning it with those other two, the pedestrians and the cyclists in a bike lane.
Well, there's my concern. So let me go back to defined terms. Highway. some years ago, I thought highway meant highway, but it doesn't.
It's a road.
It's a road. So in the rural parts of the state, a 2-lane road is, quote, a highway, correct? So what is a play vehicle?
A play vehicle?
Right. An individual
I
is
would think
lawfully
like a
operating.
big wheel or something.
What? One of some child's play toy? So,
I wasn't here when that was passed, so.
okay. And
Actually, I guess I was. It was 2021, wasn't it?
I know what a
Mr.
wheelchair
Vice
is.
Chair?
What is an EPAMD, all capitalized?
Electric personal assistive mobility device.
Okay.
That'd be like an electric wheelchair.
So here's my concern as I read the bill was, you've got a car going down a dark country road at night, traveling at the speed limit, which let's assume is 50 miles an hour, goes around a curve, and all of a sudden, there in front of him is a wheelchair, some person in a wheelchair, and he jams on the brakes, but he can't stop in time, and he screeches to a halt and crashes into the wheelchair, and the person in the wheelchair gets hurt. Under this bill, the mere fact that he hit the wheelchair means he must appear in court, can't prepay a fine, and he is subject to imprisonment not exceeding 2 months. Is that what you intend?
So, a couple of things. One, if you're convicted of a violation of subsection B, okay, if you're looking at C2, let's start there.
Okay. C2, may not
Is
prepay the fine?
subject to, so it's not mandatory. So again, like everything, so many things that we're dealing with,
Right, but
a fact finder is going to look at the circumstances and assess a penalty accordingly. And then if you look up at B, because it says in violation of subsection B, an individual may not cause the serious physical injury or death of a vulnerable individual as a result of the individual operating a motor vehicle in violation of any provision of this title. So right now, if you do that, you have a penalty of up to $2,000 and 150 hours of community service. And what we're saying is that if you kill somebody, that's not enough.
I get that, I guess, but my concern is somebody can be entirely innocent and obeying the law in all respects, except that at night on a dark road with no warning, after going around a curve, he comes across a child in a play vehicle in the road and can't stop in time and hurts the child. And it appears to be under this statute that person must appear in court, can't prepay the fine, and is subject to being imprisoned for up to 2 months, or a fine not exceeding $2,000, or both.
So right now, current law is they must appear in court,
Right.
and they may not prepay the fine.
But there's no jail term involved.
No.
This now would import a jail term.
Up to 2 months, and that was, I will be honest with you, when we talked last year about the Sarah Debbing Flangenkamp case, we had a long conversation. His family is living with the loss of a wife and a mother. Is 2 months the right penalty? But we also counterbalance that with, the facts weren't such that it could have gone to, vehicular homicide or one of those more serious crimes. And so that this is a recognition of the lower penalty, only up to 2 months, is a recognition that, sometimes.
You see, my reaction is, what is that child doing out there in the dark, on the road, in a play vehicle? Why didn't his parents keep the child, under control on the property inside the house? Why is the child out on the road?
It's your hypothetical, Senator. I don't know.
May I?
Yeah. Does somebody
Sure,
want
did you
to?
want to get up?
Yeah.
Senator West.
But you need to come up to the podium.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Senator West, as I read it, if I look at B, and it's on line 14 and 15 in the bill,
Yep.
it has, the driver has to have caused physical injury or death in violation of a provision of this title. So I think if the responding police officer arrives and finds the driver is doing everything legal and doesn't cite the driver, then I think this does not apply. They have to have, as I read it, they have to have violated some provision of the transportation article for this statute to apply.
Okay. Well, this is one reason why we have legislative history, so that if this should ever arise later on, this colloquy would be part of the legislative history, and someone representing the person who is accused or is indicted and is facing a possible imprisonment can refer to this conversation that we were just having to say that he must have been doing something in violation of the provision of this title. In other words, speeding or something, in order to incur that kind of.
That's how I read it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not an attorney.
I am. Where's the pity?
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Senator. Thank you both very much. All right, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 385. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 404. Senator Sidnor.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Charles Sidnor on behalf of Senate Bill 404. Look, in 2021, I sponsored and we passed legislation that ensured that juveniles would not be tried in the court of public opinion by shielding certain juvenile information. The purpose of that legislation was to ensure essentially that juveniles, their names, their pictures and things wouldn't be put out in the press. If they were going through the whole juvenile process, they would have that opportunity for rehabilitation without having that scarlet letter on their chest for the rest of their lives. Senate Bill 404 provides a limited exception at the request of the Attorney General. Since 2021, its Independent Investigations Division has investigated 66 deaths. There have been 5 juvenile decedents because of police-involved encounters. So to be accountable to the public, it is the division's practice to release the names of the decedents and the involved police officers in every case. However, the office does not disclose any information related to the juvenile decedents. So to provide more thorough information to the public and to humanize the juvenile decedents, which is in line with the division's practice for adult decedents, the Attorney General's office would like to disclose certain enumerated information. Senate Bill 404 would permit the Attorney General's office to release the name and age of a child whose death or injury was related to a police-involved incident upon receipt of permission of a parent or guardian. Based on its reading of the law, the Attorney General believes that it is not permitted to release the names of juvenile decedents nor discuss facts related to the actions that led to that police-involved encounter in their final report or public releases, as it may contain information that is publicly unavailable. More specifically, because the division obtains the information regarding the juvenile decedent's name and demographic information from records or information gathered by law enforcement agency, the division believes that the disclosure would violate the law. I believe that this narrow exception, with the consent of the decedent juvenile's legal guardian, is appropriate and certainly in no way undermines the purpose of the law we passed in 2021. And for those reasons above, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 404.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Green. I'm the Chief of the Independent Investigations Division for the Office of the Attorney General, also known as OAG. The Office of the Attorney General is requesting a favorable report of Senate Bill 404, creating a confidentiality exception to the juvenile privacy law. The division was created, the Independent Investigations Division was created by the General Assembly in 2021 as one of several police reform initiatives enacted into law to increase transparency and accountability in misconduct cases, police misconduct cases. This bill is consistent with prior legislation and the IID's division's practice of publicly releasing its findings. Senate Bill 404 would allow the OAG to publicly release limited information when a child is killed or seriously injured as a result of a police-involved incident, subject to the express consent of their parent or guardian. Maryland Code Courts and Judicial Proceedings, Section 3-8A27A states that the contents of a police record concerning a child must remain confidential. This law exists to protect juvenile privacy, but it also has the potential to severely restrict what information, if any, the OAG can make public in cases handled by the division when the civilian subject at the center of an investigation is a juvenile. It's unclear on what we can disclose. Law sources other than 3-8A27A should be considered, and those include the Public Information Act, the creation of the IID, that legislation, and Anton's Law, which all express a general legislative intent so the public could have access to government records. The latter two also express legislative intent in favor of greater public disclosure and accountability for police misconduct. This bill would remedy the issue by providing a clear and narrowly tailored exception to the current confidentiality requirement. This is a targeted measure that balances juvenile privacy, the interests of the parents, with the IID's mandate for transparency, and will act to support greater police accountability. Thank you, Senator Sidner, for the sponsorship. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for allowing my testimony.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Alicia Capizzello, and I am Deputy Public Defender for Baltimore City. The Maryland Office of the Public Defender urges an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 404. To date, the Office of the Attorney General has completed 52 cases of police-involved fatalities or serious injuries. In 50 of those 52 cases, or 96%, OAG, or the local state's attorney's office to whom OAG issued its findings, declined to bring charges against the police officers involved. The investigations concluded that the police officers' actions were not criminal, but rather explained by the negligent, reckless, or criminal actions of the deceased or injured. The bottom line is that OAG is not prosecuting police officers in these incidents. And when OAG asks a parent for consent to make public their child's name, parents likely do not understand nor fully appreciate that their child will be scrutinized, blamed, or accused of a crime themselves. Furthermore, once a child is named, there is no protection around how they will be discussed in public, separate and apart from the OAG report. In all 5 of the OAG investigations in which a child died or was seriously injured, various media outlets covered the incident and reported wrongdoing on the part of the child, citing police officer accounts or other sources. It is important to note that if a parent decides, after time and careful consideration, that they want their child to be named publicly, they can do it themselves directly to the media or other advocacy groups. Senate Bill 404 seeks to erode Maryland statutory law, which has specifically long required the confidentiality of these police records, recognizing that children should not be publicly stigmatized for their encounters with the police. A child who has died or been seriously injured in a police officer-involved incident should be protected by the law from public scrutiny. In conclusion, Senate Bill 404 seeks to eliminate this protection and is wholly unnecessary for the proper investigation of these incidents or for the treatment or healing of the child. I have submitted more detailed written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dave Morris here representing the Maryland Chiefs, Maryland Sheriff's Associations. I had prepared testimony given the lateness of the hour and what the public defender just testified to. I think that the fact that the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriff's representative is standing here alongside the public defender's office in opposition to this bill should speak volumes. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony on behalf of the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs. You have our written testimony, and I too will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do recognize the late hour, so I just have this one because this is kind of a concerning one. But you mentioned the 96% prosecution or whatever it was for the AG or lack of, they justified it. I'm a little worried, and maybe you or the chief, but the ones, I guess the ones that in that group that have been indicted, if I'm making, it's the Anne Arundel County. Is that correct, from their pursuit with?
Excuse me. What's specifically your question? Because I want to answer it properly.
So there was I guess there's a couple officers, there was a traffic with some, or they attempted a traffic stop. The kids went flying away, a high rate of speed away. And I believe they wrecked into,
a light pole.
Unfortunately, a utility pole. And rendering one of the juveniles dead.
Which case are you talking about? I'm sorry, because it's.
I didn't know there was that many of them.
Well, you mentioned officers being charged.
Yes.
So are you referring to that case or
Yes.
not? Those were not juveniles.
They were not juveniles.
They were not juveniles.
Okay. All right.
There were young men, but not juveniles involved, and it was the passenger that passed away.
Okay, correct. Of the ones that, how many cases or charges were, or I guess cases were heard and then actual charges being rendered by the AG's office?
I don't understand cases being heard. We filed
cases reviewed.
Cases reviewed. To date, we have investigated or are investigating, as of December 2024, there were 66 deaths investigated, 65 incidents that were investigated.
In just 24 or?
From 2021 through 2024. In 2024, we had 22 cases.
Okay. And then out of those 65
investigations.
65 investigations, you're saying how many ended up being turned over for charges?
One.
And that's not that case?
No.
Okay. And has that one been adjudicated?
No, it's still pending in the circuit court.
Then I'll be quiet on that, and I appreciate your information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But what I will say is that, and just to provide some clarification, of the five of the 5 juveniles that were deceased, they were passengers in vehicles, which is why I think the confusion does come. One was the vehicle operator. The rest were passengers in the vehicle. And if I think I know of the one you're talking about, that involved a 14-year-old decedent that traveled from Calvert to Anne Arundel County. Am I refreshing your recollection? Okay. Do you have any questions about that one? No? Okay, thank you.
All right, no, that's great. Thank you. Further questions from the committee? All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 404. That'll conclude our hearings for today.
They need to get a picture of this.